I'd like to welcome you all to this online edition of the Irish Day 2021. Thank you very much for joining the event, which would not have happened without the help of the many people involved in its preparation. I'd like to thank the Irish Embassy, Ambassador, and my colleagues at the University of Warsaw, particularly Professor Barry Keane, without whose support, commitment, and enthusiasm, we wouldn't enjoy the company of so many distinguished speakers from around the world. I'd like to thank our guest speakers for sharing their time and expertise with us and for making the Irish Day such a feast of literary and musical experiences. Last but not least, I would like to thank all those working behind the scenes who have given the event its virtual presence. Dr. Maciej Rosiński, Dr. Maria Balkan, Robert Jurkowski from the University of Warsaw, as well as Joanna Warecka from the Irish Embassy in Warsaw. Thank you very much and have a great Irish Day today.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure, as head of the Institute of English Studies, the University of Warsaw, to welcome you all to the Irish Day, the event celebrating Irish culture, human creativity and friendship. Indeed, W.B. Yeats so spoke on friendship. Think where man's glory most begins and ends, and say, my glory was I had such friends. And this sentiment sums up exquisitely the glorious friendship which our institute has enjoyed for so many years with the Irish Embassy of Warsaw. A friendship so kindly nurtured and supported by Her Excellency Emer O'Connell. The Irish Festival began several years ago as a modest festival, but with the support of the Embassy, year on year it has grown to become a calendar event, attracting cultural practitioners and Irish enthusiasts from all walks of life, not least from among the student body of our university and a number of Warsaw's high schools. Indeed, we are delighted to see so many secondary students and our own students making meaningful contributions to today's events. The festival, under Kasia and Barry's guidance, whom I would like to thank so much from all my heart, has also begun to enjoy an international outreach, mirroring the dynamic and outward international approach of our institute, which welcomes so many students from Europe and beyond. But today, our thoughts look in kinship to Ireland, and I would like, in particular, to thank our stellar lineup of guests who are either Irish or in sympathy with Ireland. Guests such as Professor Michael Cronin of Trinity College, Professor Robert Berry of Philadelphia University, Dr. Mark O'Fionnoin of Lublin University, Jonathan Brielle from the world of Broadway, and Tom Galvin from the Irish world of penmanship and songwriting. We hope to have them speak at our institute when the pandemic passes. But for now, we celebrate the beginnings of what James Joyce would so confidently describe as being tomorrow or some future day what we establish today. And what better occasion than an Irish festival to establish friendship and accord with one another. Have a wonderful festival, everyone.
Drodzy przyjaciele Irlandii, jest mi bardzo miło być z wami dzisiaj, w dniu, kiedy ponownie świętujemy Dzień Irlandzki na Uniwersytecie Warszawskim. Over the past year, we have unfortunately not been able to meet in person. The past 12 months prove, however, that culture and cultural curiosity are the soul of our resilience. From Warsaw to Dublin and Pennsylvania back to Poland, we are becoming ever more innovative in connecting digitally. Technology enables us to showcase our respective cultures, to open conversations between us, and to establish or renew old connections. Creating cultural connections is at the heart of this Irish Day at the University of Warsaw. I would like to thank the Director of the English Studies Institute, Professor Piskorska, Deputy Dean Professor Wojtysz, as well as Dr. Kochowiak for making today possible. We at the Irish Embassy have been delighted to support you in your important work over many years. Thank you in particular for your continuous engagement in international and local projects promoting Irish culture and language. Let me commend you today for gathering so many prominent speakers from Ireland, the Irish diaspora in Poland, and further afield. We very much hope that the close collaboration between Polish and Irish academics, writers and artists globally can further develop over the years to come. Tá súlagam go manaibh sibh uilig tainneamh agus inspráid as an lá inniu. I hope you will get much enjoyment and indeed inspiration from the many and varied events today. And most importantly, I look forward to returning in person to the University of Warsaw for Irish Day 2022. Go raibh míle maith agaibh.
So I think I can introduce Robert. I hope you're there, Robert. You're back from your coffee.
I am back with coffee in hand.
Wow, fantastic. Now, Robert, anyone would think it's in the middle of the night there. It's so dark. Would it happen to be in the middle of the night, I'm asking?
It is. It is just 4:15 a.m. right now. So I wasn't sure whether it would be,
Well,
coffee for the morning for me or like staying up late last night.
well, I can't help but think of the quote from Finnegan's Wake: "Ere the hour of the twattering of bards in the Twitter litter between Druidia and the deep sleep sea." I think that might perhaps describe your current situation, Robert. Now, I would like to introduce you, but I think we're going to do a slow reveal. You are one of the world's most, we're listening to Agnieszka. So you are one of, Robert, I just want to check that we're actually online. Can you just wait one moment there, please?
Yeah, certainly.
Thank you. Going to have to trust to look, Robert, and we'll continue. Yes? Okay.
I always have.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So, Robert, you're one of the most celebrated, I would say, how would you describe yourself? A cartoonist or a graphic novelist? What's the particular description by which you go?
Graphic novels are a shelf in a bookstore. Everybody who works in the field of visual storytelling refers to themselves as cartoonists. So
you're a cartoonist, and I think you're also, I would describe you, knowing you, as an educator enthusiast. Would that be a very nice Joycean play on words?
It would. I came at it late. I was trained as a painter, and then became interested in the idea of what comics could do online with complex storytelling. So I started into that in about 2000, and then slowly came around to the Joyce idea, which is then maybe ferocious study, as well as enough ferocious study that I wind up teaching the darn thing.
You seem to have, so you were brought up in Detroit, and did you always know you were going to be a cartoonist?
No, as I said, I was trained as a painter, and I had very successful career as a painter in the gallery scene of the 80s and 90s. But my stories my stories within the paintings, I was always a narrative painter, were more complex, and I wanted to look at something where I could expand the stories but still have more than one painting to sell at the end.
Yeah, and so you basically you say you had almost like an epiphany 10 years ago, where you wanted to focus your talents on bringing Ulysses to a wider readership, a pictorial Ulysses, correct?
Yes. I was at a Bloomsday reading here in Philadelphia. We have the Rosenbach Museum and Library, which has the hand-drafted manuscript for Ulysses. And so there's always a Bloomsday celebration. And there were some particularly not so luminescent readings on that day. And at a pub, an Irish pub, of course, around the corner from the ceremonies, I was telling people how it was best done in comics, you know. The story can best be told in comics. And on a bet and a couple of pints of Guinness, I started storyboarding it right there in the pub.
So you've done. So we're going to maybe move on to your presentation. So there are two strings to your bow when it comes to James Joyce. You have storyboarded Ulysses, or at least large tranches of it, but you're also a great exponent of Ulysses because you run this a pint or two at a time, unraveling one of the world's most complicated books. Correct?
Yeah. This is something that I've wanted to do for a few years, and COVID and online learning has just sort of amped up our ability to think about how to receive information or come into groups together from very different sources. We've just got, it's one of the only things that we've become comfortable with during the most uncomfortable time. And so I've always wanted to do an online course that would also have me speaking to other Joyce heads like yourself, talking about the book in a very conversational style that allows people to enjoy it the way that everyone does, whoever makes the journey. So.
Yeah, I think really one of your mottos is Ulysses is not to be enjoyed, not to be understood, but it's to be enjoyed. Am I correct?
I understand a lot from it. I don't think you can solve it, and therefore think that you're, therefore smarter than James Joyce.
Okay. Well, Robert, I leave it to you now. So I really look forward to your presentation, and I'm sure everyone who's tuned in is also looking forward to it.
Right. Well, I wanted to make sure that we were talking today a lot about community. So what we're going to be looking at today is the idea of why read this book and what does it tell us now? So, Barry, I'm hoping you're going to continue to ask me questions along the way as we do this. And most of these slides that you're going to see are largely for talking points, but it'll give you a chance to see some of my artwork as well. So people like that. So this is the Big Blue Book. This was published on Joyce's birthday, February 2nd, nearly 100 years ago. It'll have its centenary celebration this coming February. And it is an amazing book that has brought people together ever since before it was crafted into a book. It was a firebrand of discussion about things as disparate as censorship, freedom of speech, but also what's the notion of nationalism, art, inventiveness. Joyce spent over 7 years writing it. And it's peculiar because he left Dublin to then spend the rest of his life writing about Dublin. And I think we want to now, in a time of isolation and apartness, it's kind of nice to think about how the book can bring us back to a sort of a center. June 16th, now here's a couple of shots of Dublin on a typical Bloomsday. Very smiling wistfully there, I can see. Yeah, it's now become a major Joycean, well, that's really wrong. It's not a Joycean holiday. It's a major Irish holiday all over the world. I've been to Bloomsdays in numerous cities and seen the same kind of boater hats and candy striper jackets everywhere, from, you know, China to Tulsa, Oklahoma, to Toronto, to Heidelberg. So it's, Bloomsday's a thing, and it's quite a unique thing because it celebrates Irish culture, yes, but Irish literature. And I think that's maybe more important. Plus, the book has a certain universality to it for anyone who's ever lived in a major metropolitan city. So what's the appeal of the novel today? I don't know. Barry, what's the appeal of the novel today?
What's the appeal of Ulysses? Oh, what a question. Well, I think everyone almost looks at their own city through different eyes once they've read Ulysses. Don't you think? It really is about a person's relationship with their place, where they live, kind of wanting to see more, perhaps, than they normally see in the everyday. What do you think, Robert?
I agree. I often tell first-time readers that the experience is a lot like getting transplanted or dropped into the middle of a foreign city that you know some of the language of, but not all of it. And you can kind of figure out where the bakery and the butcher is, but like walking down different streets, and these streets are intensely detailed. You really feel the city of Dublin through Joyce's narrative. Walking down different streets is a treat of discovery that you just keep learning over and over. And I think that also sort of addresses a lot of the second question that's on this page as to why someone should read it today. Because don't we all kind of want to experience the world through a different place, in a different setting, in a different mind's eye? People ask what the story of Ulysses is, and I'm not sure that that's as important as the experience of reading it. I think that a lot of what it teaches us goes beyond the story itself, though the story is essentially about navigating a modern city, as you just said, and navigating a modern marriage, and navigating a modern lifestyle in a city that can sometimes seem a little cold and reserved and prudish. What can it teach us? Well, it teaches us enormous things about inventiveness and the real goal of being able to accept others for who they are. It teaches us about the futility of war. It teaches us about otherness and isolation. And all these things seem really important to me right now. Now, Barry, I'm going to turn this one back to you. Is it really as dense and as difficult as its reputation suggests, particularly for a non-Irishman?
Did you just go mute there, or can you hear me, Robert?
I can hear you now. Yeah.
Oh, beautiful. Yes. Well, I think what's very what I remember with me and you when we met for the first time at the James Joyce Symposium three years ago, we found these discussions much easier to enjoy and explore over beers. Isn't that right? Yes.
Yes.
No, but well, I think you talk about the emotional impact that Ulysses has. I think it's quite important that James Joyce was writing it from abroad, with his eye on home. And I think if you want to talk about Ulysses in the COVID era, I think a lot of us find ourselves in a similar situation, that our imaginations are in a way elsewhere. Yes, well, I can only find myself. I find myself in a Joycean situation where I'm remembering home. Yes, and. But is it difficult? Of course it's difficult, but I think it's one of the things I want to ask you is that because it's difficult, is that why you as a cartoonist wanted to approach Ulysses to make it more, do you think it becomes easier if it's pictorial, for example?
Yeah, I mean, I think I said earlier that one never really solves all the riddles. It's about encountering the riddles and trying to like find how they work for you. And I will have some slides in a few minutes that show sort of the work in comics and what it does. But
well, I think we're ready for them, Robert. I think people will be very, very, very enthusiastic to see them.
Okay. But I also want to talk about this sort of idea of, and we're kind of tied up in this, right? About, is it worth the work to read Ulysses? And will it make you smarter? A lot of people feel like they're going to read the book like it's some X Games of literature. And that's good. Everyone should have ambitions to get, something done that they've been worried about. I do think reading Ulysses will make people smarter because it challenges us, and anything that challenges us should. Is it worth the work? Absolutely. Absolutely worth it. And best done in groups. So here's a really good example of some of the slipperiness of Ulysses. Like, it has this method of, it has this method of taking and combining all sorts of literary moments into one. Here's this particular one that I love, where we've got, Bloom has just received a letter from his woman that he's courting through letters under a secret identity, but it also has a flower pinned in it. And it makes him think about the language of flowers. And then he starts to remember some moments of the letter that she said, and then put directly into the text this other layer of flower names that overwrites this whole letter and just gives us this completely different poetic riff on the scene. If there were more with us today that are on the talk instead of watching it streamed, this is one that I often ask people to read aloud to see how they encounter that kind of language.
Why don't you give it a go?
I can. I'd have to turn to the thing because the way I've got it set up. Well, actually, I can if you give me a moment. Because the problem is I'm in screen share, but I'm on full screen. So our video conferencing is covering up some of the text. So I'll just pull back and I can read it like this. He tore the flower gravely from its pinhole, smelt its almost no smell, and placed it in his heart pocket. Language of flowers. They like it because no one can hear. Or a poison bouquet to strike him down. Then, walking slowly forward, he read the letter again, murmuring here and there a word. Angry tulips with you, darling manflower. Punish your cactus if you don't. Please pour forget-me-not. How I long violets to dear roses. When we soon anemone meet all naughty night stalk wife Martha's perfume. So I particularly love that one.
It is beautiful. Do you think about colors, Robert, when you're creating your images?
Oh, very much so. Let's go to the next slide on that one, because there's another like combined memory scene that happens. And you'll get to see how that operates in terms of comics. So here we have a section where Bloom is kind of conflating his wife's impending adultery with his young daughter's sexual awakening, and he's remembering moments of both of them together. And I've tried to contain those thoughts in brief little images that are all coalescing in his mind. But I use the color pattern here in later reflections with Bloom to sort of sort out which one is a Molly memory, which is a Millie memory. And the colors then infuse themselves back as a sort of a sorting mechanism. But again, a thing I love about this particular scene is the voice of the narrator has such a wonderful line there that's so separate from what's going on in his head. That soft qualm regret flowed down his backbone, increasing. But to the point of bringing this stuff up, because you and I, Barry, wanted to talk a lot more about Joyce as a community, is that...
Well, not necessarily. I mean, I think you're creating a community by your endeavors in this regard.
Well, I would hope so, but I think that we also enjoyed that lovely day in Antwerp so much because we were sorting through the puzzle together, you know? And that's community there. That's a thing that happens, is that people come together through this book and have deeper conversations than they might have with strangers. I've had some of my best conversations in places all over the world with people I barely know over subjects within this book and the riddles, you know, and they all kind of keep bringing you back to Dublin.
Yes, and just explain to us this wonderful image that you've just put up now.
In Bloomsday 2015, I believe it was, might have been 16. No, 16 I was in Dublin because it was the year of the Rising. So 15, we were in China, and the Irish consulate had brought me to Hong Kong, Shanghai, and Beijing for very long, like Bloomsday week, which was lovely. Another thing that's really interesting about the popularity of Ulysses in China and in a lot of other cities that I've been talking to people with is that there's an understanding of this book as being part of a post-colonial world, you know? And certainly the English language students in former colonial areas seem to identify quite a bit with the Irish perspective on this more than with the English perspective. So, so you have a lot more readers of Joyce than of Conrad, for instance. So it was a wonderful time, right? I can still remember like being in Shanghai on the subway with students who were reading from Ulysses aloud and wondering if that was a potential, you know, public disturbance.
Really?
Yeah.
Extraordinary.
Yeah. Truly was.
These are, so is this is from memory, or did you actually draw this when you were in China?
I did this as a little promotional piece for them. So I did this at home, and I just found I have a Chinese translation of Ulysses. So I, you know, figured out all the lettering from that, and just kind of constructed that here and did it as a promo for them.
Mm-hmm. And so you want to continue with this idea of community, and so you do have this reading group so you teach it in two ways. You teach it through the university as a summer course, and you teach it as part of the semester. Am I correct?
Mostly correct. It's not a summer course. I did just finish a course at the University of Pennsylvania with my co-teacher there, Paul Santamore, where we took a bunch of students through the novel and had them create projects about the novel. So it's a kind of a critical creative disciplines course, we call it. And that's one of the regular courses that I teach at the University of Pennsylvania. But I also have taught it at the Rosenbach Museum, and this past year with COVID, right, I was able to come up with a sort of a means of teaching it online. I built 60 small video lectures, and I'm offering them now in this thing called A Pint of Ulysses, in which people can sign up for the class, and it's an 18-week course that will take them through the reading of a novel, answering questions along the way with discussion boards on Google Classroom. But then each week, I'm going to get together with another Joyce head like yourself, Joyce scholar or fan or artist, and discuss things about Ulysses that are consistent with the pace of the reading. And that'll be every Thursday night. It'll be on YouTube and on Facebook at A Pint of Ulysses. So, and we'll be seeing you, I believe, for the Wandering Rocks episode.
Yes, indeed. I think we'll be re-emerging from COVID with the help of Ulysses. How many?
I'm filming the first episode of it on Thursday night, Barry. And it will be in the pub down the street from me with two other Joyceans from town.
Okay. Well, I mean, I think our students will be very interested in following this on YouTube. So you give me the address and I'll put it up on the Institute webpage. Yes?
That sounds great.
So, for example, when you look at, for example, Telemachus episode taking place in Martello Tower, how many images would you potentially make for that particular chapter? So, I mean, because some chapters are more
because images are, cartoonists tend to think in pages, and some pages should be one image to the whole thing. Some can be like lots of little boxes to tell this story. The best example I like to use is actually it's the chapter header from Proteus that's up on the screen right now. And the Proteus section in the novel is, I believe, 12 pages or 13 pages.
So maybe just explain to people listening what is the Proteus section.
Proteus is it's a Stephen Dedalus chapter where he walks along the beach at Sandymount Strand, and the vast majority of it, like really the vast majority of it, is all his interior monologue about his ambitions and art and inventiveness, and his mind is like cunning and sharp. And I often joke with new students that it is the place where the book is most likely to turn into a plant stand for first-time readers. Like a lot of people give it up there. But when I and another artist, Clinton Cahill, that I worked with, unpacked the visual imagery in what he's talking about, the chapter itself is incredibly visually funny. And so we did it as one long stream with a horizon line dead in the middle. But that 13 pages of Joyce's text yielded 111 pages of comics. So to put all that visual imagery in.
So what you really have shown is that we can see Ulysses different. It reads differently from a visual perspective.
Absolutely. And that's always going to be the case in any kind of adaptation or transmediation. The idea is to be as loyal to the source as possible. And that's what it's all about.
And so where are you going to take this project? Because you haven't finished it as far as I am aware, correct?
Ulysses
no, here we have something else here, yeah.
Ulysses Scene, the comic is not finished. It would, as I mentioned, I've been working with some other cartoonists on it too, which is what it is always going to need. Estimates for all the work that I have done, paced against the number of chapters, means a likelihood of over 2,000 pages of comics, which I just don't have in me to draw 2,000 pages of comics. But I've storyboarded quite a bit of it. And it was online and is now currently not online. Thank you, COVID. Because since I moved to the University of Pennsylvania, we've taken it off of its old site and we're starting to build it at universityofpennsylvania.edu. And then, which is great because it means I get students and people to work with to do all of that other stuff that I'm not so good at while I can keep drawing. But I haven't been able to do that in this past year at all. So we're hopeful of having all that up soon this year, by the fall.
I like this quote, Robert, but it is also very much a book about a marriage told in a manner that is both baffling and continually rewarding to read and to talk about with others. In other words, I think really at the heart of it, I think you believe that Ulysses is a great facilitator of very interesting convivial conversation. Would that be a good summation?
I think that's exactly the right thing to say, especially considering you and I met during such a convivial conversation.
We did. And it was like an epiphany, in fact.
It was. It's a wonderful.
A recognition of soulmates, I think I would even say. But
I don't want to say that you're not the only one, Barry, but you're not the only one.
No, it's exclusive. Absolutely can't. No, this has to be, especially since we're declaring it online.
Yeah.
But now I just want to, is it okay if we can wrap up, Robert, because time, unfortunately, because of the Joycean problems with IT at the beginning, we're just a little bit behind time. You were a cartoonist with DC Comics, correct, for a time?
I did. I have some friends at DC, and I did one little project with some people over there. But I'm not that kind of a cartoonist, you know. I enjoy mainstream superhero comic books as much as the next guy, but it's a fairly limiting field to work in terms of personal.
Well, it's just my last thought, and this is just my last thought, and I wonder how you may respond. Do you think Joyce as could possibly belong in the DC or Marvel universe, or we could, Doctor Strange parachuting in to Dublin at a certain time of the day, arriving at Night Town, for example?
I totally see him in a Doctor Strange comic book.
Yeah.
Actually, I really want to see him appear on Doctor Who, frankly.
Okay. Well, Robert, it's just been lovely talking to you. I'm sure everyone who's listened to you really appreciates the work you've done. As well as that, I just think you just make people enthusiastic. Every time I see you, I just feel like reaching for my 30-year-old copy of Ulysses.
That's a good one. Yeah.
So I just thank you very much. And I would like to say on behalf of the Institute that don't go far. We'd like to stay in contact and for students to consult with you. And I think we look forward to a collaborative future.
Absolutely. Great to talk to you, Barry.
Thank you, Robert. Goodbye. Michael Cronin, I welcome you to, I've been trying to get you to talk at Warsaw University for several years now, and today is the opportunity, even though it's online, but I think this is, given the times we live in, this is a pretty good option. So it gives me great pleasure. You're one of the most celebrated figures in the world of translation studies. You are the 1776 Professor of French at Trinity College Dublin. And I think at some point I'd like to ask, how did you get that wonderful title? I think lots of Polish professors would like a date beside their professorial title too, yes. You're also the director of Trinity's Literary and Cultural Translation Centre. You are a prolific scholar and creative writer. Your books are always impactful. Your book, Translation and Globalization, mapped the seismic shifts in global communication, and other works followed suggesting the coordinate points for navigating some of the most pressing questions of our age. In recent years, Michael has taken on the critical issue of climate change with books such as Eco-Translation, Translation and Ecology in the Age of the Anthropocene, and Irish and Ecology. As we shall see today, the message is enhanced immeasurably by his own dynamic advocacy. Indeed, Michael is, and I think I can say this to you, Michael, you are changing very much the way we think about how translation can offer some way forward for the crisis which the world finds itself in. Translation is very much on the front line in the race to save our planet, when, as you write, the future tense in a world of rapid climate change is a dangerous tense. So I'm really looking forward to your talk today, Michael.
Thank you, Barry. Thank you very, very much for that very, very kind and generous introduction, and sets up a level of expectation, of course, which is quite daunting. Just on that 1776 tag, the provost, the president of Trinity College in the late 18th century, decided that it would be good for gentlemen going on the grand tour that they would know a few European languages. So he did this in 1776. He set up a number of chairs in modern European languages. So initially that was French and German, and it was Spanish and Italian, because at that stage, gentlemen, of course, were only learning Greek and Latin, which wasn't much good for ordering a cappuccino, if such a thing existed in the form at the end of the 18th century. So it kind of set the trend for the introduction of modern languages into universities, which is probably appropriate in a sense, because today we're celebrating Irish Day within the ambit of English and languages in Warsaw University. I've been to Poland twice, and had extraordinary experiences on both occasions, and sharing ideas with Polish scholars. Unfortunately, Warsaw hasn't been on the list so far, but at least I can feel I'm kind of virtually there today, and of course would hope very much to be physically there one day. What I'm going to do, Barry, is I'm going to try and share these slides. It's always a moment of great trepidation when you're doing these presentations, but hopefully I can get this to, yeah, and then we will sort of go from, right, just slide. Okay. Good. Okay, is that visible, Barry?
Perfect, Michael.
Yeah. Okay. So today, what I wanted to do, because we are doing this in the context of Irish Day, is to think and reflect on ecological questions, but specifically as it relates to the Irish language. So what I kind of hope to do is, obviously as part of the presentations, to kind of think about some of the issues around climate change, the environment, but also, and very specifically, to look at the question of the relationship between language and the environment, and more particularly the relationship between the Irish language and the environment. So this is basically why I've decided that the title of my talk today will be Irish, the Irish language in the age of the Anthropocene. In other words, what is the relevance, what is the importance of the Irish language to looking or thinking about environmental questions, and also to what extent does the language itself and the resources of the language provide us with a more hopeful prognosis or script for the future. In 2019, the Irish government launched what it described, not inaccurately, as the most ambitious plan to date to deal with the climate crisis, the climate emergency in Ireland. Despite the fact of its reputation as a green island that was a kind of natural paradise. This was very much the image that was presented in Irish advertising, particularly by the tourism, hospitality industry. The environmental record of Ireland was quite dismal, and we were literally one of the worst performers in terms of cutting carbon emissions in the European Union, partly to do with the importance of the transport sector, but more particularly because of the importance of the agriculture sector in the Irish economy, which is a very, very important emitter of carbon emissions. So what this plan set out to do was to try and make Ireland one of the best performers in the class, rather than being bottom of the table every time. So it looked to communications, it looked to energy, it looked to agriculture, it looked to fisheries, so a whole series of different areas. It was a densely written document. It ran to 148 pages. It contained tens of thousands of words, tables, statistics, graphs. But all of those words were in English. The most ambitious plan to fight or to deal with the environmental crisis since the establishment of the nation, since the acquisition of independence in 1922, contained not a single word of Irish. There was no reference to the Irish language, there was no discussion of the Irish language, there was no invocation of the Irish language. So the language which had described, informed, charted, mapped the island of Ireland and every natural and geomorphological feature within it for more than 2,000 years was completely absent from this document. So the question that I want to ask this morning is, why such an astonishing oversight? Why such an astonishing absence? Why this gap or void at the heart of the most ambitious climate action plan since the establishment of the state? And secondly, I want to look at some of the consequences of this absence, and then to think about what would happen if we resituated, reinstated Irish at the heart of environmental action in Ireland. The very distinguished former professor of history in the National University of Ireland, Galway, Garrod O'Toole, argued in his 2015 work, Email and Wash, about a book on the Great Famine and language shift in 19th century Ireland, said that the most fundamental social and cultural change in modern Irish history was the shift from Irish to English as the dominant language of the population at large. So what O'Toole argues is that the single most fundamental social and cultural change in modern Irish history was this language shift in the 19th century. 2 months ago, the national broadcaster here, Radio Telefíse Éireann, or RTE, ran 2 hour-long documentaries on the Irish famine. They were extremely well-made documentaries. They brought together the finest minds who have written on the Irish famine. There was extraordinary use of archival footage. Both of them were an hour long, which is a long time in television. There were 2 4-second references to the Irish language in the course of those 2 hours. The only other reference to the Irish language was the playing of a mournful lament for the programs towards the end. So no discussion, no investigation, no thought given to what O'Toole calls the most fundamental social and cultural shift as a result occurring in that century. I recently reviewed a book by Matthew Kelly, a collection of essays on nature and environment in 19th century Ireland, a book that runs to around 240 pages, again, bringing together an extremely distinguished group of historians. In all of those pages, and again, the tens of thousands of words, a book of 90,000 words, there's one single reference to Irish, and that is Daniel O'Connell praising a local clergyman in Kerry for reciting a prayer in the Irish language. So you have to wonder then, why this silence? Why this reluctance? Why this absence? And I'm going to argue that this has very damaging consequences. Well, one of the reasons that you can argue is a reason that will be very familiar to my Polish listeners today, which is what happens when you have traumatic experiences. Marianne Hirsch, in her excellent book, Generation of Post-Memory, Writing and Visual Culture After the Holocaust, talks about the severe transgenerational trauma that occurs as a result of very damaging events, extremely traumatic events, whether it's the attempted extermination of an ethnic group, military invasion, famine, or whatever the instrument of dislocation that's used is. So what she investigates is not if you like, the immediate consequences on the immediate victims of these events, but how these traumas are played out in successive generations. And one of the things that Hirsch identifies in this book is the question of silence, and how these unmentionable experiences, these intolerable visions, sights, are kind of cocooned in silence, going from one generation to the other, so that so these kind of sites of trauma are surrounded by a cocoon of silence. And when Sean de Chesne writes his wonderful book about the kind of the cultural consequences of the famine in Ireland, he takes a phrase that was used by the great antiquarian George Petrie, who in describing the Irish countryside in 1852 talked about the great silence, the disappearance of millions of people through death, starvation, and exile. The language was no longer to be heard, the songs were no longer to be heard, and so on. So this notion then of silence is a theme that's taken up in Barry McRae's wonderful book, Languages of the Night, where he looks at different minority language experiences in European literature. And he talks about his great grandparents in County Mayo, and that experience of one generation refusing to speak its language to another, because they were so deeply traumatized by what had happened, that the survivors bring with it this trauma, and how that trauma is expressed is through this linguistic silence, the silencing of the language. Janine Altunia, a Franco-Armenian analyst, in her book De la cure à l'écriture, explores the consequences for Armenians of Armenian descendants of the Armenian genocide. And one of the things that she talks about in this book, because the Armenians, the majority of them that perished through famine and hunger, was how language becomes a deep site of trauma, because the mouth performs two functions. One is to speak, and the other is to take in food. So when that site of trauma, the mouth, becomes traumatized, leading to death as a result of the absence of food, then you get all kinds of problems around language, problems with speech, problems of diction, and the silencing of language, which he saw happening to so many of the Armenian exiles that went to France. And there's a kind of a literature on the Ukrainian famine as the result of Stalinist depredations that bear out a similar kind of story. So what is interesting is that when O'Toole says in his work, the shame of the rising generation, so there's a post-famine generation, may have been exacerbated by the horror of the famine experience, where Irish was on the lips of the underclass dying in the ditches or heading to the poorhouse. It's interesting that the image that O'Toole is using is precisely one that's associated with the mouth, on the lips of the underclass dying in the ditches or heading to the poorhouse. Not one single psychology department in any of the 7 universities in Ireland, in the almost 100 years of existence of the state, has undertaken even a minor research project into the psychocultural consequences of language shift in 19th century Ireland. So this, to me, this kind of silencing of language speaks to a kind of, I think, massive intergenerational trauma that has not been properly addressed by my compatriots. And I think it's and I think it's one of the reasons why very often debates around language in Ireland become very heated. They become very contentious. People can often get extremely aggressive in their responses. And it seems to me that that part of this is that kind of terrible unresolved anger of that post-famine trauma. So what then is the relationship of this to the environmental or ecological question? Well, one immediate consequence is the kind of absence that I have described in this document, in this climate action plan. The climate action plan, and this is 2019, this is 2 years ago, plays out exactly the great silence that Sean de Freyne talks about in the immediate post-famine world. In terms of the consequences for thinking about the environment, I think one of the long-term cultural consequences in Ireland has been the predominance of a culture of possession over what I call a culture of dwelling. Right? In other words, what happens in late 19th century Ireland, and this for perfectly understandable reasons, because of the horrendous consequences of language dispossession in the 17th century, the mass impoverishment of the majority population through land expropriation, was the intense struggle to recover, to reappropriate the land, to return the land to the people. And what this then led to then was movements like the Land League, who would advocate strongly for the transfer of land back to Irish farmers. And this was by and large a very successful movement. And what it has kind of played out in contemporary Ireland is a very strong association with land ownership, with owning property. For those of you who've lived in Ireland, or for those of you who plan to come here, there are only two subjects that our media ever talk about. One is our health service, and the other is the prices of our houses. These are two staples that I can guarantee you from Monday to Sunday keep pundits talking incessantly. So there's an extraordinary focus on a culture of possession. But what about a culture of dwelling? A number of years ago, a very fine and, I have to say, much lamented young critic from university, the National University of Ireland in Galway, Pat Sheeran, wrote a great essay called Genius Fabulae, the Irish Sense of Place in the Irish University Review. And Pat said, it is a well-nigh truism that Irishness and a sense of place go together. So closely do we connect identity with location that we tell others who we are, we tell them where we come from. One of the first questions you're always asked in Ireland is, so where are you from? Or where's that accent from now? Or would you be one of the Cronins of Ballingarry, or the Cronins of Tourvicades? Or, so it's this notion of placing people. I often refer to it as the GPS, the Gaelic positioning system. You have to kind of get somebody's coordinates and locate them. So this is very much part of a kind of a story that we tell ourselves and indeed tell others. But Sheeran goes on to say, what is immediately striking about the Irish preoccupation with place is little or nothing to do with tending, cultivating, enhancing, or otherwise materially affecting the immediate environment. And one of the sorry stories of late modernity in Ireland that has been documented in books like The Destruction of Dublin, The Future of the Irish Rural Landscape, or more recently, Pádraig Fogarty's book on Whittled Away, is the extent to which there has been systematic, unthinking, premeditated destruction of our urban and rural landscapes. The astonishing disregard for biocultural diversity in Ireland, the criminal neglect of our forests, the utter indifference to water quality, the systematic degradation of soil quality, the utter failure to properly regulate construction in our cities to take account of environmental issues. And indeed, Sheeran says, implicit in the modern Irish attitude, the notion of space as a mathematical, technological, as homogeneous extensity within which buildings and places may be located anywhere as long as the bay windows face out on a major or minor road, or sometimes referred to as bungalow blitz. This then is the paradox to be faced in a professed and sincere allegiance to places, together with an actual, almost total inability to care or cope with them. So in other words, what Sheeran argues is the Irish are utterly obsessed with place. I'm on the jury for the Rooney Prize, which is awards prizes to emerging writers under the age of 40 who show exceptional ability. And I can confirm that one of the constant themes of all of these books that I'm reading by people under the age of 40 is an intense preoccupation with place of different kinds. So how do we square, on the one hand, this professed preoccupation with place and our extraordinarily environmentally destructive indifference to place? Well, one of the contributing factors, I would argue, is this catastrophic event in the 19th century, where in a very, very short space of time, people found themselves utterly deprived of the means to meaningfully describe or inhabit the places in which they found themselves. In other words, the language that was used to describe with precision the places they inhabited, to tell the stories that animated the places that they inhabited, that would construct a narrative over time, that would describe places coming into being, that all of these were removed, disappeared, and with them then came the predominance of this culture of possession and the complete destruction of a culture of dwelling, which is dwelling meaningfully and knowingly in a particular place. In 2017, Pádraig Fogarty, who recently testified to the Dáil's parliamentary kind of subcommittee on the environment, made one observation that in Britain, for example, the Royal Society for Protection of Birds has about 1 million members. If we were to scale this to the population of Ireland, that would mean there would be about 71,000 people who would be members of, and the actual membership of all the environmental associations in Ireland combined is not even a third of that figure. We have no branch of the World Wildlife Fund in Ireland. There is no Irish branch of Greenpeace. So, one of the challenges that faces us is the one that's described by the French theorist Paul Virilio in his book, The Futurism of the Instant. He argued that in the 19th and 20th century, we had what he calls the revolution of externalization. The revolution of externalization is basically how we got at national levels time-space convergence with the building of the railroads, so the connection of one place to another, get from one place to another more and more rapidly, and then with air transport, with containerized shipping, it was possible to connect up more quickly, more efficiently, different parts of the globe. And then with the introduction of IT networks, we get a greater acceleration of this connectivity. So basically the kind of the revolution of globalization with the externalization of production, the globalization of consumption, is this revolution of externalization. The difficulty, of course, is that this revolution is killing us. It's precisely this revolution which is leading to the eventual extinction of the human species. If we 5 or 6 or 7 planets, we could have that revolution. But of course, unless you're Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos and you're planning to go to Mars, you don't. We just have this one planet. And what it means, of course, is that we have to engage in a new kind of revolutionary activity, which is to think about the revolution of internalization. We have to think about localized production. We have to think about localized consumption. We have to think about radically reducing our carbon travel footprint. We have to think about how forms of entertainment, how forms of production, how forms of consumption, how our agricultural practices and so on, how these are going to have to be reorganized in sustainable, proximate places. This is the intellectual, the industrial, the economic, the agricultural challenge of our century. Now, in order to do that then, we have to think differently. And I think one of the ways in which we have to think differently is we have to move outdoors. One of the experience we've all had of the pandemic is repeated experiences of confinement. I'm speaking to you here, confined to the living room in my apartment here in Dublin. Only recently have the restrictions been lifted where I can travel in the county and now travel around the island. But last year has been this repeated experience of confinement and lockdown. But what some people would argue is that we've been in lockdown all our lives. We go to preschool, we're locked into a building. We go to primary school, we're locked into a building. We go to high school, we're locked into a building. We go to university, we're locked into a building. We go to work and we stay in that office building from 9 to 5 to 6 to 7 to 8. We go to the university and we go and we're locked in from 9 to 5 to 6 to 7 to 8. So in other words, most of our experience of the world is indoors. We do most of our thinking about the world indoors. So how do we think about a world that we no longer experience? How do we care about a world we no longer experience? How do we envisage the future of a world that we only ever see on a screen? So what Chris Arthur, the Belfast theorist, says, millions of us have become more defined by the time we spend indoors than outside. As a result, we've lost touch with the natural world. Those with the most pronounced indoor sensibilities can't identify even the commonest species of birds, insects, and plants in the locality. In the words of Robert Macfarlane, our landscapes become landscapes. They become this generic thing, bird, mountain, tree, because we lack the capacity to describe the world or planet that we inhabit. So what does this look like then in terms of language and what language might do? To illustrate this in terms of the Irish language, I thought I might say a word or two about a cliff range in the northwest of Ireland in Donegal, Slieve League. Slieve League was the subject of a poetry competition organised by a local landowner at the end of the 18th century. And a man called Seamus O'Didachan was the winner. And this is one of the verses from the poem that he wrote. So it's honouring the cliffs that we see here, Slieve League. Is ag salch na Cronin tá chuirt geal is Paulus, íl-wally bána agus táplis na sí. Is go mór bhínt an tléimhe a glúis na céite is an bainse is féiste is a lehéis is tíd. Bí slúibh nach dhéigrach lúlach de éidí is cláirseach ar héidí a minéige agus píb. So in a literal translation of the bottom of Cronin, there are bright yards and parlours, whitewashed walls and players seated to chess, Hundreds come to the great hostelries of the mountain for play and feasting, and they come from every country. They're host of fine-featured, well-dressed women from Greece, and harp strings are played and pipes. So what we find here is that what O'Derrigan is doing is he's taking his language outdoors to animate or describe the language, the world that he's inhabiting. And every time, and this poem would later become the words of a song that's still sung in Donegal, is that when they would sing this song, they were singing the landscape, a little like the song lines that you find in Indigenous thinking in Australia. So this poem, which carries with it the traces of vernacular translations from classical epic that appeared in the Irish language between the 10th and the 12th centuries. This is sort of carried into a form of writing that's sort of taking the language outdoors and is animating the landscape. Of course, another way of doing that is the way in which the language itself has resources that describe in great detail different kinds of features, geomorphological, botanical, physical, natural, and so on. So different kinds of fields, different kinds of stones, different kinds of trees, different kinds of light, different kinds of rains, all those very, very precise vocabularies that languages have to meaningfully engage with their environment. And this is where it seems to me that there is a radically different way of looking at language in the context of environmental change, climate change, a potential environmental catastrophe, which is to see the Irish language not in the kind of the older nationalist idiom of a fundus, a kind of a foundation, the kind of the base of the culture, with a sense of identifiable attributes, kind of native Gaelic, sober, free, and so on, but rather to use another Latin word, fons, the idea of a fountain or a spring, to see the language as a set of resources. And if you look, for example, at early Irish poetry, such as the early Irish lyrics that Gerald Murphy put together, and trace a line that goes from that early Irish poetry to the writing of poets like Martin O'Didan, Diarmaid Nicrieff, Martin O'Didan, what you find is a continuous engagement with the landscape, with the world surrounding the speaker. What characterizes the tradition of Irish Christianity, in the name and the words of Burnham Reynolds, writing about Columbanus, the very first person in European writing to use the word "we Europeans" to develop a notion of European identity. He says, the Irish had long been noted for their love of nature, and their conversion to Christianity did nothing to diminish that. It is typically Irish custom to portray their saints as having a special relationship with the created world. This is a stark contrast to much of the continental literature that view the world as the devil's playground and nature in general as something to be rejected. And of course, we find this in a lot of Irish monastic sites that are in particular places that are described as ashton, as kind of remote or out of the way place. That kind of contact, that notion of kind of a natural theology was central to particular kinds of spiritual practices. In effect, what is happening is what language is doing, what the Irish language is doing on the island of Ireland. It's acting as one of those particularizers that Robert Macfarlane, the wonderful English nature and travel writer, has described in his book, 2015 book, Landmarks, where he's discussing a book by Barry Lopez called Arctic Dreams. Arctic Dreams is about Lopez's travels in the Arctic. And he says about Lopez, he says, while writing about landscape often begins in the aesthetic, it ends in the ethical. And he goes on to say that Lopez's intense attentiveness was a form of moral gaze born out of his belief that if we tend more closely to do something, then we are less likely to act more selfishly towards it. So in other words, the more closely we attend to something, the more closely we can know about something, the more closely we can describe it, the less likely we are to act with indifference. That in other words, that what we have in attention is a form of care, that we pay attention to things we value and we value things that we pay attention to. But we can only pay attention to things for which we have a language, for which we have a form or a way of description that enables us to do so. This is beautifully illustrated in the work of the much lamented and great Tim Robinson, the English mathematician, cartographer and writer who spent a great deal of his life in the west of Ireland. But he talks about how one of the most important things in the contemporary information economy is the notion of attention. That one of the reasons that we get very expensive search engines like Google for free is, of course, that our attention is sold. Our attention is the commodity that Google sells to advertisers. So the most difficult thing at present in the contemporary economy, the most valuable thing of all, is getting people's attention. This is the most precious positional good of all. So to some extent, what our economies are economies of attention. An ecology of attention is all about how do we capture people's attention in ways that lead to environmentally sustainable engagements with the world around them. And one example of how that operates is in an essay that Robinson writes about Erispeg Hill, about climbing Erispeg Hill in the west of Ireland. So at one point he's resting on kind of a rock sheet. It's an easy climb. So if any of you are going to Ireland, I couldn't recommend it too strongly. Anyway, so at one point he's resting on a rock sheet, and he looks out over the islands, and he's below, and he says, the mysterious low domes of St. Machada's Island and Deer Island further out. All these places have been replete with memories and stories for me, and I planned if time allows, I would someday write them into another book, place by place and page by page. But of course, what allows Robinson to do this, to fill page after page after page, book after book after book, is his knowledge and deep engagement with the Irish language. It's the Irish language that allows that ecology of attention. It's the Irish language that allows the aesthetic to become the ethical, that allows him to move from landscape to the absolute necessity of preserving and allowing that environment to flourish, and the language that informs is associated with and frames that language in so many ways. What I would like to do in my sort of concluding remarks is to say, or to mention very briefly, two things. One is the question of Ireland, and the other is the future. As I speak to you today, I read in the paper that the British government is now going to is talking about making a unilateral move on the protocol, on reneging on the agreement with the European Union around the protocol concerning the border in Ireland. So what that basically is a part of the wider consequences of a particular decision by the island, one island, the island of Britain, to remove itself from the European Union. And the French philosopher Gilles Deleuze, in a book from 2002, L'Île Déserte, Desert Island, he said there were two kinds of islands. He says what he called continental islands. So these are islands, if you like, that are part of a continental landmass and that break away, that are defined by that notion of separation, of breaking away, of rupture. And then there's what he calls oceanic islands, which are islands that are kind of created sui generis, usually through volcanic eruptions or through the extensive accumulation of coral. So these islands that kind of rise up from the sea, fully formed. So there are two ways, of course, of seeing islands. Then he argues, one is the ultimate symbol of separation and isolation, the kind of breaking away, or the other is the notion, this kind of oceanic notion of the island as a site of renewal, the site of the kind of building things, creating things anew in particular ways. And of course, the two are not radically, one can connect them, because sometimes those who break away see themselves as creating this new city on the hill. It seems to me that in terms of how we think about language, how we think about culture, and how we think about the environment, that one of the most damaging ways to think about it is precisely in that kind of isolationist or separatist way. That because it seems to me that is part of what I would call a damaging obsession with territorial sovereignty. And one of the things that is fair to say, both in terms of the Brexit debate in Britain and in Ireland, has been very much concerned with notions of territorial sovereignty. But the difficulty is that there's little point in trying to defend a territory that is literally vanishing under your feet. Ireland has a coastline of 7,400 kilometres. Every year that passes, 2 kilometres of that coastline is lost to coastal erosion in 300 sites in different parts of the island. So it seems to me, and this is where I see the Irish language as playing an absolutely central role, is that we need to think in terms of the island of Ireland, of a notion of ecological sovereignty. How do we protect, maintain the ecological sovereignty of Ireland? How do we think again, and how do we renegotiate our absolutely catastrophic relationship to the sea? The neglect of our marine resources, the utter indifference to fisheries, the criminal neglect of our water systems. In other words, that one of the things, and what language describes, talks about, narrates, and has been doing so for over 2 millennia, is the Irish language, the fluvial language par excellence, in terms of describing our relationship between the land and sea. So thinking about ecological sovereignty is redressing this terrible, terrible imbalance, I think, in Irish cultural thought, which is this excessive preoccupation with land-based pastoral territorial sovereignty. And this is why I'm going to, it seems to me that when we're talking about the Irish language, which is so often associated with ancestor worship, with a kind of reified past, every time the Irish language is mentioned on a television program or somebody speaks it on the screen, inevitably, as sure as night follows day, the sound of the uilleann pipes comes in. It's always a mournful tune. It's always a lament. They're always dying. People are always in the throes of death in one form or the other. Whereas what has been argued by anthropologists like Eduardo Viveiros de Castro, who's worked with indigenous groups in Latin America, is that indigenous thinking, indigenous thought are all future oriented. What they are concerned with is creating a relationship between humans and the more than human world that allows the future sustainability of those worlds. And so I would argue that that is precisely one of the functions of the Irish language, to create a viable and sustainable future for the island of Ireland. And this has been beautifully expressed in a book that I can't recommend too strongly by a Derry writer, Kerry Ní Doherty, who writes extremely movingly about the aftermath of her the traumatic experiences of growing up in Derry during the Troubles, and how language and land, the Irish language and the sort of the landscape of Ireland and the seas of Ireland. She continually refers to the seas and the experience of the sea, how crucial they were as a form of restorative ecology, fighting, if you like, the extractivism of violence, fighting the extractivism of hate, to restore a fuller sense of herself and creating a sustainable future. Towards halfway through the book, she has this wonderful passage where she says the Irish word for hope is dóchas, or dóig, and holds deep within its ancient roots glimmers of the Irish for giving, for belonging, for beauty, dóil. Yes, we are ready now to speak of hope. We have the words for it, and that changes everything. And that changes things. In fact, that changes everything. So I hope to some extent that I haven't overburdened you with those words, and I would very much look forward to any comments, questions, queries that people might have. So got míle maith as the éisteachlumm margin agus chuirfear chuoin fáilteirih in ceist atá ag géine. Go míle maith.
Thank you so much, Michael. Michael, when I think you remember when I read this book, I almost sent you a fan letter. I re-quoted sentences from the book back to you. I was so taken with what you'd written. I mean, I reopened the email just listening to you, and I suppose this is. I'm reading these out as a thank you to you for your talk. I think I'm right in saying that you are most certainly, I was not exaggerating when I said that you are a dynamic advocate of the ecology of attention, and what I really loved is that you see that language needs to mobilize a connection with the natural environment. And perhaps I've seen a question on the feed. How do you think, what would be your thought in relation to what can we do to mobilize this connection with the natural? Just maybe one or two practical steps for people to take away with them.
Yeah. Well, I think the very first thing that we do, and this is the most practical, most fundamental step of all, is we need to educate people very, very differently. I mean, one thing, for example, I mean, I talk about this in the book, is and this is my experience from the age of 5 to the age of 18. I studied the Irish language, every day of my school life. Every single one of those countless thousands of days was spent within the 4 walls of the classroom. So here I was learning a language to describe what was outside that classroom, but never were we sort of taken out into the world that so that as children we could see the very real living, not dead, living connection between this language, and so that not only would it bring the language alive, but it would bring that world alive. I would have a language to describe that world that surrounded the school. The school the primary school I went to. Now it's built up, but it was surrounded by fields. All of those fields, all those birds, all those insects. So a really, really practical thing is get the kids out of the classroom and to learn language in these settings. Every summer, thousands of young Irish children go to these colleges in the Irish-speaking areas, and the Gaeltachts, and they learn Irish in the classroom, and then they go out swimming and walking the field. But there's no connection between the two discrete activities, So it seems to me that I'm making this case for the Irish language because it's the subject of my talk here today. But I think equally, you could make the same case about so many of the languages that we learn. One of the things that McFarlane talks about in Landmarks is how catastrophically weakened people's lexical range is in the English language, because they're simply not being taken outdoors to kind of begin to describe and engage with it. And I think it's also, because I think it's important to remember too, is this applies as much to the natural world in our cities as it does to the natural world outside our cities. The thing I tend to get is, well, that's fine if you're living out, in a remote field in the west of Ireland. But the thing about it is that there is not a single part of our urban world that is not deeply informed by the natural. I teach in a university. My office looks onto Sráid Haberfárig, called Nassau Street in English, named after colonial worthy, but it's called Sráid Haberfárig, the Street of Patrick's Well, so it's a water source. My university is the University of Dublin, the Dark Pool. So the pottle that's coming in to feed the Liffey, Ballach Lia, to fording the river. So my city in Irish is saturated with water. What is one of the biggest environmental crises facing my city? Water. Yeah? So, that's why
Michael, I just like to thank you so much. The session must come to an end because the next guest has entered the room. Michael Cronin, just thank you so much. I think I'd like to just to finish with another quote from your book, which I just found so inspirational. Language tells you where you are, what's around you, and where you come from. Language situates people in their environment in terms of description and narration. You're a very, very inspirational man, Michael Cronin. Thank you so much for giving this talk today. And I certainly hope that our institute can cooperate closely over the coming years with the Cultural and Translation Centre.
Yes, absolutely.
That is my great hope.
Very, very much so. Very much a mutual hope, Barry. Absolutely.
Thank you so much, Michael. And I think everyone who's listened to you today really greatly appreciates all that you said, and it was so very, very informative.
Yes, I just wanted to join Barry in saying thank you so much, Professor Cronin. I was delighted to hear your talk. I would love to ask loads of questions about the landscape and ecology, and I think I'll just email them, so maybe intersperse. So
absolutely.
thank you once again.
Thank you, Kasia. Thank you.
Michael.
Hello, Jonathan. Thank you for joining.
Hello, Jonathan.
Good morning. Well, good afternoon. How are you? I'm good.
You see, this is what happens when we have really interesting guests. They don't want to leave, and we assume that you're going to want to speak for hours on end today.
At least, if not days.
At least. Oh, wonderful! Absolutely wonderful. So, Jonathan, I think I just want to quickly introduce you. You are, I would say, Jonathan Brielle reminds me of, when I said Jonathan Brielle, I said Brielle is definitely for Broadway. I think you're probably one of the most celebrated Broadway impresarios of recent decades. Stop me if I'm saying too much, but I don't think I am.
You are, but go on.
I've noticed you've worked with some absolutely legendary actors and actresses: Jessica Tandy, Keith Carradine. These are beyond legend in a certain sense. Yes.
Well, I was very lucky when I was very young that I somehow got to know these wonderful people, and they set the bar very high for me, which made my work in trying to create musicals not just, but be stories that could be well acted and not just indicated. So that was a result of having worked with so many wonderful actors over the year, and being at Circle Rep in New York, where so many incredible actors work.
So what was your first calling in terms of musical? I mean, were you walking past a Broadway theater and saying, yes, this is something I'm going to spend the rest of my life involved with? Or was it something that was an organic process?
A little bit of both. I was 4 years old. You know, I grew up about 50 miles south of New York City. And I usually tell this kind of anecdotal story about my mother would always try to do something nice for me if I ever got hurt. And so I don't remember what happened to me at the time, but she took me to see my first Broadway show, and it was The Sound of Music with Mary Martin, the original cast. It had to be 1957, 58, so now I'm dating myself. But I went and I saw this magical world where a family overcame an obstacle. I didn't know it at the time what it was, but it was this sense of how love could conquer anything. And in The Sound of Music, it's even overcoming the Nazis. So, I mean, it doesn't get much bigger than that. That family love sort of helps you overcome that. And that really inspired me. At the same time, you know, I grew up in the 60s, and rock and roll was happening. So I went through a whole period of writing songs and being in bands and doing all of that. And it wasn't until my 20s when both things came together, that contemporary music and theater came together for me. And, you know, frankly, it's taken many, many years for that to truly take hold. Since Hamilton, musicals have become cool again. And actually can reflect and do reflect current culture, because there was a big split in the musical scene from the end of the 1950s when rock and roll came in. Some of the writers were like, no, I don't want to hear rock and roll. And some of the writers went with it. And so now it's really anything goes that relates to, is an expression of our current culture, if that makes any sense. Whereas before.
So basically, if it's performative, it works, yeah?
Yeah, if it represents, if it's truthful, it works. That's always true in theater. If it's truthful, it works. And so there was a period of time that it was a little stilted world. It was kind of this pretend world that we all wanted to be in. But I think now it covers all of those things. And to go back to your original question, it was because that I worked with so many truthful artists and so many wonderful actors that whatever appeared on stage to me the music had to be truthful and the songs had to be truthful, and it all had to interconnect the way Hammerstein figured out how songs move plot along. That was a long-winded answer. I'm really sorry.
No. I want long-winded from you today because I want people to hear. You're such a wonderful speaker. So please, I'm very struck by your being inspired by The Sound of Music because it is sort of based on a true story.
Yeah.
But the actual musical is terribly theatrical. But it's so true to the spirit of the actual story, and. But I can't really think of any other historical musical quite like The Sound of Music, unless was there any one other than that? Because I'm trying to bridge The Sound of Music with your own musical, Himself and Nora, which was also very much true to the spirit of the story, but also highly theatrical.
Yes. Well, the truth is that, Mr. Joyce could be incredibly theatrical. He could he could just as easily stand on this console behind me and start singing a song. So it seemed very appropriate to celebrate him that way. And the truth is that the longer I researched Joyce, the more I was inspired by the women who inspired him. And what I mean by that is for example, it became very important to me that without Nora, to me, there'd be no James Joyce as we know him.
So can we actually just recap, maybe so you're a successful Broadway producer. When did you actually get into? What were your first timid steps in the world of Broadway?
Well, it actually happened, and by the way, I think I consider myself a writer, a composer, and a producer. That's sort of that's what. Puts the sugar in my coffee every day. I look at my world that way. My day starts with writing. I used to run I'll give you a little bit of background, a little history. So in my teens and in my 20s, I was playing in bands and playing solo folk guitar. I would tour around this what's called the tri-state area here in New York and New Jersey, Connecticut, Long Island. And I got tired of dragging my equipment from place to place. So I found a bar owner in Manhattan on West 56th Street. It was called Uncle Lulu's. It was an Irish bar. And in the back room, he had a room. And I said, listen, can you give me this place for a couple nights a week? And I'll bring you a really different kind of crowd. And what I did was I created the first songwriters room in New York. And what I would do is I would get up and play a brand new song that I'd written. And then the audience of writers would critique me. And then another writer would get up and we'd do the same thing. And it formed the beginning of the ways that I love working with other writers. And the reason I'm telling you this story is that so many wonderful things came out of this place. One day, Sid Bernstein, the promoter who brought the Beatles to Shea Stadium, came in and loved what I was doing. And he wound up introducing me to Hume Cronin's agent. And because of that led to my first Broadway show. And what was interesting about that is that the songs and the show is called Foxfire. And it's about moving on from your roots, from leaving Appalachia here in the United States, and how we take our ancestors with us and are able to move on and accept the future while still honoring the past. And in that show, I mean, I got to work with Jessica Tandy and Hume Cronin for 5 years, and she was, I mean, she was just absolutely the top. I could watch her perform the same thing 100 times and it would never be the same. And I did. Anyway, so I was incredibly fortunate that the harder I worked, my father used to say, the harder you work, the luckier you'll get. Mm-hmm. And so the more I did, things just happened. And you never know when you put yourself out there, what's going to come out of it. And you never know, whatever target you think you're aiming for, it's something else that kind of comes in and helps shape things. So that's really what helped me land, a Broadway show, which in effect was, I was busy writing pop songs, and all of a sudden I got an opportunity to go back to my first love, which was theater.
Theater.
And I almost decided to be an actor when I went to college, but I felt it was a lot more comfortable being on the other side of the table.
And how would you describe the difference between Broadway proper and off-Broadway? Because this brings us to Himself and Nora. And also, I'll get 2 questions in, and then you can fire away. Why did you consider writing a musical about James Joyce? Did you pick up Ulysses one day, or was it a fascination with a biographical fascination with Joyce?
It was actually an actor who inspired me. And there is an incredibly fine actor originally from Canada, Len Cariou. And Len was the original lead actor in the Sondheim show. Oh my gosh, it is 6 a.m. here, and I'm having he was the of Fleet Street, the barber of Fleet Street, and Len was doing some readings of working with someone who was trying to create a play about James Joyce, and they were interested in having some music put in. And at the time, it was it's sort of a combination of, just, hey, let's just sing a song in the middle of a show. And that never works for me. To me, I really subscribe to a good musical. The song is something that happens because the emotion gets so high, it just simply has to be sung. It just, I mean, it's literally as if I get so excited here, I have to sing you the song that happens. And so there is this natural flow. And,
exuberant.
Yeah, I mean, it just happens. It just has to be a natural flow from one moment to the next. Instead of, okay, Barry, hold on one second. Da, 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 I want to tell you a story now. I mean, there is that. And sometimes that's incredibly fun and effective too, but that tends to be with a wink. And
Jonathan, you never told me you were a dancing man as well as a singing man and a musical man.
Well, one of the things that I still get to enjoy is when I'm presenting a show, I actually tend to do all of the parts so that people get to experience or feel what it's like. And, it's fun for me. My mom was really an amazing singer and quite a bit of a ham. And she lived till 98. And she could still do a mean version of Secondhand Rose by the time, until she was 96, she was still performing. And as a matter of fact, on her 90th birthday, we had a very large event, and I brought a big band together for her, and she put on a whole show. So I come from a line of performers. So that's how I get my my little theater.
Both I would even add both on and off the stage, Jonathan. So in relation, so I believe the story, the genesis of himself and Nora is 1996, correct?
That is correct.
Is it an actor, Len Cariou, is reading some, what you would describe as imagined scenes between Joyce and Nora?
As well as some enacted scenes from Ulysses. And the truth is, Barry, I had never read Joyce. I didn't know anything about him. I knew nothing. And so,
it's never too late, Jonathan. It's never too late.
Well, 20 years later, or 20, it's actually a lot longer than that. And what was interesting to me as I did dig into Joyce, and yes, I read the simpler things first before I read Ulysses. And by the way, I don't think of myself as any kind of expert on Joyce's work. I just don't. I've read, but what I have spent my time since 1996 studying was Joyce's life, and Joyce's life with Nora and the children and the people who've helped him. So those are the things that I've spent a lot of time with.
So Joyce meets Nora, and
June 16th.
That's quite a famous day.
Right.
And not soon after, they leave Ireland for the continent. Yes, and your musical, traces their picaresque travels around Europe. Correct?
Yes, and what I discovered around, after doing many versions of the show over the years, and by the way, it was quite a challenge because we started our conversation talking about the truth, and the truth it was complicated for Mr. Joyce, and to tell a story about Joyce because he has so many fans, literally millions of fans all across the world. And so I had several masters to work for, which was I have to be true to Joyce and to how I have to be aware of how he's perceived, and yet I have to tell a theatrical story, and that was a challenge, and that was a large challenge. And what I discovered way late in the process was that Joyce died in Zurich in a hospital room in 1941 after having escaped France with Nora. And he died 15 minutes before Nora got back to his hospital room. And because they thought he was fine, and he thought he was fine and just had an ulcer and he was going to be fine, but he died in 15 minutes before she gets back there. And so I thought to myself, what would have happened if Nora had gotten those 15 minutes? What would they have talked about? And I thought about the notion of there she was, left alone. And it's funny in describing, well, even before I go into the tale of the play itself, women were not given any kind of recognition during their time together. Nora was always with Joyce at every interview. She was always there, but was never ever recognized. And I thought, well, in this missing 15 minutes, what if she could finally get Joyce to give her the recognition that she always sought? And so that changed how I was doing all of this, because up until then, it was feeling a little like a biopic. Okay, and then he went here, and then they went there, and that, and that wasn't enough of an impetus to keep the story really.
No, it doesn't work for a musical either.
Right.
No.
So with that, I imagined this, kind of Sean O'Casey kind of opening where Joyce is laid out on a table. There is a priest that's there, even though there's a whole discussion about whether a priest was actually there or not. But the priest opens the window, as in as in Irish Catholic culture, to let
Well, it's a tradition, yes. When somebody dies, we open a window to let the spirit out. Yeah.
Be free. And in walks Nora, and she has a veil, and she takes the veil over her head, and she looks at Joyce's body, and she just looks at him and says, "You selfish shite, 15 minutes, you couldn't wait." And she starts yelling at Joyce. And because it's a musical, guess what? Joyce answers her, because in her imagination, for the next 2 hours, she imagines what this discussion could have been, and could she get him to finally give her the words that she wanted to hear, which was how she was a part of his life and a part of his writing. And so that triggers the whole show. And what happens is she leaves him, and what she does is she slams the window and won't set his soul free. And says, "You're staying here until you give me the words I want to hear." And so then we see Joyce relive his whole life with Nora until he finally gives her the words that she wants to hear. And that's how the story unfolds.
I think Joyceans would be very pleased with that motif, because you have Molly Bloom at the end of Ulysses, the soliloquy of Molly Bloom, and of course she's shouting a lot about Leopold Bloom too, and she doesn't feel particularly recognized. So in a way, you transposed a biographical the reality of Nora's life with a literary motif that we can all recognize when we read Ulysses.
Yes. It's and I don't know that I was, it's a funny thing that happens when you're writing. It all comes out, and it's not always conscious what you do, but it just kind of comes out, and it wasn't like, I'm going to sit down and going to make it didn't quite happen that way, but it happened kind of organically that way, after spending so many years getting to know them.
So how long was the process? How long did it take you to bring because it ran for a long time on off Broadway. Could you maybe just explain so you have this conception, how long did it take you to get to Broadway?
Well, okay, so the first, it went through many stages. And initially, initially before I discovered the strength of Nora, it was first called Himself, as in the Grand himself. And Len actually performed that in a theater in Florida, at the Caldwell Theater. And this was around 1999, somewhere around there. So it took about 2 years to do that. But there was something that at that point, it was a play with songs, and it wasn't, really a musical where the songs were moving everything along, and something just didn't feel complete about it. And so it took another 5 years to really flesh it out. And we worked with a wonderful director named Joe Hardy. And Joe Hardy was the original director of Your Good Man, Charlie Brown, that was a famous musical. And Joe got us a production at the Old Globe Theater in San Diego, and where I met a young actor at the time, Matt Bogart, who played James Joyce. And so we did a production there, and it was quite a lovely production. I didn't quite have, it was more of the biopic at the time. But nothing really happened from that. You know, there is an interesting way musicals develop in the United States, which if you're ever interested is probably a whole other discussion on another.
Oh, I think some people might be interested in asking you that question. So if you want to go into it a little bit, that's a very nice thing. Yeah.
Sure. Well, and I'm sure the way musicals, you know, in the UK, for example, develop differently than they are developed here. In my opinion, you know, the system's a little broken, but let me, and by the way, I've sort of invented a new solution for that. But the way it worked here, I was very lucky with Foxfire, for example. We worked in the regions we did, what is it, 2 or 3? I can't even recall. We did 2 regional productions, and a regional theater, it really in the United States just means it's a regional theater can be anything from Lincoln Center in New York, which is what is called a nonprofit theater here, where it's supported by the public. They go out and raise money every year. Ticket sales don't really pay for the cost of producing a show, so they have to raise money every year. It's a very bad business model. You have to go out and beg for money every year. But what happened when I did Foxfire, I was very lucky that it was one of the last shows that could what's called open out of town. We opened in Boston, we went to Philly, and then before we came to New York. Today, that's financially not possible because you have to spend so much money on marketing out of town that you go broke. So what they do is, what a producer will do is work with a regional theater who will put it as part of their season. They have a subscription series. So the producer doesn't have to spend money on marketing. Now, there's a couple of problems with that. The producer has to what's called enhance or give money to that theater for them to produce their show. They don't and can't share in the ticket sales because it's a non-profit, and that all of that goes to the institution. So the producer never sees that money until maybe it does go commercially. So there was that end of the problem. And for the regional theater, it's limited to that region. So only a few thousand people are going to see it. And what works in La Jolla doesn't necessarily work in New York. So that's kind of the way things happen now. And there are over 1,700 LORT theaters, or the League of Regional Theaters in the US that have this kind of opportunity. As I say, it's not an ideal system, and something we could talk about later is I've developed a platform to help new musicals.
Well, I actually think we can move on to that, but I think I'd like to show, is Kasia there? We can show a clip of himself and Nora, which would, I think, be lovely for everybody to see. Kasia, are you there? Would you be able to play a clip for us?
And I tried to share it.
Which one would you be showing, so maybe I can set it up and introduce it?
Oh, which one?
Let's Have a Drink, featuring...
Okay. All right, so a good thing to do first thing in the morning is what happened was when Joyce and Nora were on the main continent, they have this big row, and she realizes, he can't get published. He's gone. Well, the ironic thing is that, he leaves Ireland, a Catholic country, because they won't publish his work. And they think it's obscene. And so what does he do? He winds up in another Catholic country. And and it was through happenstance, they were promised a job somewhere and he didn't get the job. And so they winds up in another Catholic country and says, go home and see your da and see him, and maybe he can help you. So after spending all of this time, he goes back to Ireland, and he goes through so many different ventures at what he tries to do. And he and his father, it wasn't the best of relationships. And I'm being kind now, but in this number, they go through this whole thing. And by the way, in the US, because of the unions, we're only allowed to show very short clips, which is why you'll just see like the last 30 seconds.
You're giving us a flavor, Jonathan.
Just a flavor, exactly. So he's with his father and he's back in Ireland, and they finally worked out an argument together and they're having a drink together.
Okay, lovely. Roll it there, Kasia.
Yeah, I'll be sharing the screen, hopefully.
Lovely.
Does it play? No, it doesn't yet.
It's not playing yet, but I see a lovely rock.
Okay.
And speaking of rocks, you know, we always called Nora Mr. Joyce's portable Ireland. She was his rock. And she was, you know, she was, well, I'll keep, oh, I hear something, but I don't see anything.
Tomorrow, instead of toasting all your pains of yesterday, so come drink and raise your glasses and let yesterday kiss your ass. And have a drink and have a drink and have a drink and have a drink. May you live to drink another glass. No offense.
Well, we didn't, at least I didn't see it, but
no, we didn't get to see it, but it sounds like a wonderful celebratory take on a vaudeville.
I've got a question then. Did you was it audible but not visible?
yes, it is audible, but not visible.
Okay.
Yes.
Panie Robercie, wobec tego
Yes.
prośbę o
Jonathan,
Oczywiście.
Kasia, what we'll do is
Barry, but it's I've agreed with the IT team that they would play it if it doesn't work on my computer.
okay, so we'll give it a go. We'll give it a go. It's a great number, and Jonathan, you're getting a great reaction by the audience there.
Yeah, it's well, there it is. I see it.
Drink and change your tune with every morrow, instead of toasting all your pains of yesterday. So come drink and raise your glasses and let yesterday kiss your ass. And have a drink and have a drink and have a drink and have a drink. May you live to drink another glass. No offense. Can there. Galway, Carrick, Valley, Shannon, Killarney, Roscommon, Wicklow, and skill in Wexford, Waterford, Spray, Armagh, Omagh, Nina, Donegal, Derry, Dundalk, Limerick, Cork, Valley, Bay, Arto, Belfast. Galway, Carrick, Valley, Shannon, Killarney, Roscommon, Wicklow, and skill in Wexford, Waterford, Spray, Armagh, Omagh, the sweetest song I know. Ireland! River Liffey, Kilkenny, Colorado, Galway, Carrick, Valley, Shannon, Killarney, Roscommon, Enniskillen, in Wexford, Waterford, Spray, Armagh, Omagh, Nina, Donegal, Derry, Dundalk, Limerick, Cork, Valley, Bay, Arto,
So I have a bit of explaining to do now.
Okay, we can turn. I think we can, Kasia, we can turn that off now if that's possible.
Panie Robercie, to już chyba wystarczy. O, dziękuję.
So
Okay, Jonathan. What? It's so beautiful. It's so exuberant and joyful, Jonathan.
Well, it goes through many journeys. They fight, they love, they make love. You know, we see them meet on June 16th. She walks out on him. All of the things that happen. But so what you saw there was, yes, we first saw that first snippet of his trip back to Ireland. But then what you saw was actually the finale of the show, where we reprise the opening scene of the wake, and you're seeing Nora see the ghost of Joyce, and he's not really there, and the parents, Da and his mother are also of the other world, and you'll see that there was an open window there where Joyce is about to actually walk through. But the other device in the show, which really helped the comedy and really helped just the little sense of tweaking all the time, you know, and because Joyce had tremendous guilt. And so Joyce imagines a priest follows him wherever he goes. And he's there with a comment, and he's there just reminding him of what a bad Catholic he really is at every and any turn. And so throughout the show, you'll see, you know, the Irish priest following Joyce around, except in the very intimate moments. It's the only time he's allowed not to be on stage, where he just goes, oh, and he hides himself. So at the very end of the show, Joyce finally does recognize Nora, and there's a wonderful, well, I shouldn't comment about what kind of, but there's a lovely moment that happens between the two of them where she finally does get the recognition that, and you know why? Because Joyce tells her that every word that he's ever written has been about her. And there are so many symbols within Ulysses that remind us that Nora was truly the inspiration of that great work.
Yes, and of course we only have to look at his treatment of women in Dubliners and elsewhere. Yeah, absolutely. I think you really, for sure, captured the spirit of not just the life of James Joyce, but also you got so close to the works as well. So I just think it's a wonderful, wonderful show. How long did it last for, Jonathan, on Broadway?
Well, we ran off Broadway at the Minetta Lane Theater, and we ran for, it was about 6 months between the time that we started putting it together and ran, which is a nice, healthy run for off Broadway. And by the way, you asked me a question before I never got to answer, which is what's the difference between Broadway and off Broadway? Oh. And the difference is the number of seats in the house. And primarily that is the difference. Anything over 499 seats can be a Broadway house within a certain area of New York. Anything less than 499 is considered off Broadway. And then there's off Broadway, which is usually less than 99 seats or something like that. And the reason those titles exist is an issue of how actors are paid, because there's a different class. If you're off Broadway, then the Actors Equity Union is a certain level. If you are on Broadway, it's a certain level. If it's, you know, off Broadway, it's another level. So it's not something that it's really because of unions and because of how people are paid that it's been given those two monikers.
Well, I trust the cast of Himself and Nora were paid well, Jonathan.
I hope that they felt that way too. Yes.
Okay. So, do you mind if we move on from Himself and Nora and talk about your activities today?
Sure.
As because you're a patron of several charities related to the musical industry.
Yes.
And also, you've also conceived a new platform, which is potentially very, very interesting and lucrative for Broadway.
Yes, indeed. And the a very important part of any theater, in my opinion, is education. And to me, the thing that gives mankind any hope is making sure that we are always teaching and learning and growing. To me, learning, is what keeps me young. I was very fortunate about 12 years ago. A good friend and mentor, my attorney at the time, Alvin Deutsch, um, invited me to be part of something called the Johnny Mercer Foundation. And Johnny Mercer was a great American songwriter who was active from the 1940s till the 1960s, or actually the 1930s to the 1960s, wrote so many hit songs. He had, and what I loved about Johnny Mercer, he also started Capitol Records, was that he was a lyricist, he was a composer, he was a producer, and he was a mentor. He gave, he inspired Nat King Cole to come out from behind the piano and actually sing, and worked with just so many great writers. So I became involved with the Mercer Foundation, as I say, about 12 years ago, and I helped shape their mission and all of their education programs, and that ranges from something called Accentuate the Positive, which teaches young kids from really from kindergarten on up to programs that we do at Northwestern University for young writers with master teachers. And one of the programs, it was called the Writers Grove, which happens at a great regional theater here at Goodspeed Musicals, where we work on, for 4 weeks every year, we select 20 different shows, and each show gets a house, and we do 10 shows at a time. And each in the evenings, we do sort of a Gertrude Stein kind of salon, where everyone takes the work that they've worked on all day long, and we get together in the evenings, and we either read a scene for each other or we play a new song. And I only have one rule, which is if we say something prescriptive to one another, and by the way, this isn't a mentorship. This is emerging writers as well as Tony winners and Pulitzer writers, all in a room together. And of course, they've been selected, and they're wonderfully talented people. And so the one rule that we have, in pop songwriting these days, if you're in the room, you're on the copyright. And for those who don't know what a copyright is, it's your ownership of what you create, of your intellectual property. And so the one rule I have is that if you say something prescriptive, it's a gift. And you don't have to say anything, but what happens is, because we all have that rule, everyone gives each other many gifts. And so it's become this amazing think tank that happens every year. This year we did it virtually, of course, with COVID, but it's really become this wonderful think tank. And out of that, I thought, well, what's the next logical step to help new work happen? And so I came up with this notion of, what if we filmed, not captured. There's a difference between a capture of a play and a musical where you have 3 or 4 or 15 cameras shooting the live event. What if we created a short film of the first 18 to 20 minutes of a new musical, and we made it available for free, and so that everyone could have access to it. And we also had an educational component where all of the work that I've done with the Mercer Foundation over the last 12 years could now be available on a platform. And that's exactly what we've done. Even during COVID, we've launched all of the Johnny Mercer Foundation programs are now available on this platform. And it's called Vala Musicals. and Vala is V-A-L-A, and Vala is a William Blake word, and Blake being one of the first visual poets who was around at the end of 1500s, beginning of 1600s. Blake invented this place in his own Bible, which he created, which was the place between your highest self or your God self and your earthly self was Vala. And Vala is the place that I believe all art comes from, when you have one foot planted on earth and one in heaven, or one in your higher self, whatever you believe. And so Vala is becoming this platform where we will begin shooting new musicals at the end of this summer. But right now you can go on the platform and see all of the education content, so that if you are somewhere where you have no way of learning how to write a song or how a musical is written, or you've got a youngster at home and you would love for them to get involved in theater, you should go to the platform. Because, and by the way, I'm here on our properties here in New Jersey, which is just outside of New York, for those of you that don't know. And we record all of the songs from each show. So all of that will become available, and you can read about it and see what we're about and what we're about to be doing on valamusicals.com.
That's wonderful, because, well, I mean, our students are very interested in musicals and the process of musicals and the reception of musicals. So I think a resource like that is not just for budding composers or people, but also for university students. You would agree?
I would, and there's actually we've done we have a partnership with the city of New York, which is the largest school system in the United States. And one of the programs that we have on the platform is something that I've found really enjoyable. It teaches how to use GarageBand for recording your songs. It teaches you how to create videos, so if you want to put things up on TikTok or things like that, because, there's a lot happening in organic social media that helps your show move forward. And just the way Vala is going to help shows move forward, there are lots of opportunities. So it ranges all the way up to, from high school all the way through adult, and I find some of the programs incredibly interesting. So I would recommend it, and it's free.
Well, so I can guarantee you we will most definitely organically be part of all your future endeavors, Jonathan.
Well, I so appreciate that, Barry. I truly do.
No, I just thank you so much for talking to us today. Kasia, are there any questions that the students would like to ask Jonathan?
I can't see any questions right now, but I've got a question actually, and thank you very much, Jonathan, for your fascinating talk. I've got a question, I think, on behalf of some of my students. I know that some of them are actually trying to write songs, and I was wondering if these educational services on the platform, if they're somehow available to international students, would they be to some degree online or accessible from Poland, so that these students who are trying to write their songs or write, I don't know, I haven't heard about anybody trying to write a musical, but I know some who are writing songs who would have a chance to perhaps improve their writing skills.
Yes, I think that, Barry, have you been able to log on to Vala Musicals from there? I mean, is there?
Yes.
Okay, great. So if you go to the education page, there is a program, I believe it's the last one listed, and there are 12 programs within that. It was the one I've done with the city of New York and the Berklee School of Music here. And within that, they will, it's really at college, I mean, it could be high school or college level, where you'll see how you can work with GarageBand to help you organize your song that way. It's very important to work within what's called a DAW, D-A-W, which is a way to use MIDI and audio and to be able to present your song in a way. There are so many inexpensive ways, as long as you have access to a computer, there are ways to create demos for your songs. And the only way that you're going to have people hear your songs is by being able to demo them properly. And my best advice for young songwriters is listen, listen, and listen. Listen to songs that you love, begin to understand the structure of those songs and what makes them, what makes you remember them. And music, like life, is really contrast and relief, tension and release. It's the same as a play. It's tension and release, and that release is a place called home. You know, and that's that feeling. In musical terms, it's the tonic. It's what key you're in. That's home. And sometimes home is in major, and sometimes home is in minor, and sometimes home feels a little broken, like, you know, Stravinsky can feel, where it's an augmented fourth. You know, wherever is the, and again, I'm going to come back to that same thing, whatever is the truth of the emotional moment is the home of that place. And the only thing that's truly different between a theatrical song and a pop song is that in a theatrical song, you make sure that you are ending in a place that's different than where you started. And you watch that character get from point A to point B, and you watch that emotional journey, and you can almost graph it the same way that you can graph a piece of classical music. You can see that journey go up and down as tension and release, because a theatrical song is just a mini play. It's just a play of that moment in that show. I hope that's helpful.
Thank you, Jonathan, for this gift of prescription, actually. So thanks a lot, and I hope it will be helpful to those trying songwriting.
And happy to help anytime that you need, Barry. And so
yes, well, we'll put up that link on the website if that's okay with you.
That would be awesome.
And it's almost a shame to bring this to an end. I think I can safely say for everyone who's listened to you today that we have listened, and listened, Jonathan. Thank you so much. It's just been wonderful. And we do hope that we will forge a very strong relationship with you in the future, and that hopefully you'll come here in better times and meet us all.
I absolutely.
Thank you so much.
And Kasia, it's nice to meet you.
Thank you. Great to meet you.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye, Jonathan. Bye. Goodbye. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Sure I could hear a voice, and they were calling out, and in my sleep I had to make a choice. Well, if we lived in the golden ages, when the good went by the book, and a crooked path led to your door from a road I never took. And this candle burning, and the seasons on the wind, from blackest days and tortured ways, from misery and sin. So let your light shine down upon me. Let your light shine down upon me. I'll be my guide. Well, if you still believed in kings and queens, would there be a God? And would he And if the night came down forever and the day ceased to exist, would it make a difference to your ways, or would you still insist? And this candle's burning, and the seasons on the wind. From blackest days and tortured ways, from misery and sin. So let your light shine down upon me. Let your light shine down upon me. Let your light shine down upon me. I'll be my guide. Let your light shine down upon me. Let your light shine down upon me. Let your light shine down upon me. I'll be my guide.
Yes, we listened to that one at the end. Hello, Tom. Oh,
Sang from the heart, your love from the soul, but you woke with the blues every morning. Where was your muse? Did you poison her with booze? Slip away when the day was just dawning. Shine on, sail, shine on, too beautiful to fail. Burn on, sail, burn on, blaze another trail. Out like a flame, smoldering fame. You seem so secure. What happened? To have is not to be. You tried to break free from the room that is roused with their clapping. Shine on, sail, shine on, elegant and fade. Play on, sail, play on, play to save the day. And open it up and look outside. Little star, your world is wide. whisper on her, a love that's profound in its giving. She's still waiting there. Remember how you cared in the days when her warmth was abounding. Shine on, sail, shine on, radiant and frayed. Gaze on, sail, gaze on your parade. And open up, look outside. Little star, your world is wide. Shine on, sail, shine on, radiant and frayed. Gaze on, sail, gaze on your parade.
Hello, Tom.
Hi, Barry. Greetings
Hi.
from Dublin.
It's great to have you here. We're having a great day and a great Irish festival, and now it's going to be finished with a great conversation with
It's a good
Irish writer.
Are you all drinking?
Well, we might plan to sometime later on in the day.
Can't have an Irish day with no drink.
By way of introduction, Tom, I might just say a few words about you. I've known you a long time. Having written a dizzyingly complex master's on Camus and the absurd, Tom Galvin came to Poland in the mid-90s to teach English as part of an Irish governmental program. The town he was sent to was Minsk Mazowiecki. He planned to stay 1 year and ended up staying for 5. During this time, he made his first steps in journalism as a weekly columnist for the Warsaw Voice, and he also forged a career as a musician, as a solo performer, and as a lead singer in a blues band. As it feels from today's perspective, he was building plans for a life in writing and performance. And when he did return to Ireland, he continued on the same path and enjoyed a long and distinguished career in journalism and faring better than most in the Irish music scene, dabbling in Irish trad and bluegrass. He would also earn for himself a considerable literary reputation as the author of the memoir, An Egg in My Soup, and the millennial thriller, Gabriel's Gate. Over the course of a long literary career, which has included books for the tourist market, The Little Book of Dublin, and That's Cork, he has had good times and not so good, but the collapse of a publishing house, all set to publish his novel, made him reevaluate how he interacts with the publishing business. What followed would allow him to be the full measure of his creative self. What follows is the story of Ghost Song, a writer's determination to take back control of the narrative, writing a batch of wonderful songs, 2 of which we've just heard, making videos and reconnecting with his past. Tom, is that more or less it?
Nah, didn't even get started there, Barry. That's great. Yeah, that's great. Thanks very much.
what were your early inklings that you were actually going to be a writer, Tom?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I suppose we're all born with the seeds of a dream within us. Do you know what I mean? I think
Yes.
that's kind of there from an early age. And some people are fortunate to grow up in the right environment where that's cultivated and nurtured. Others aren't, and due to circumstances and so on. I suppose my background was kind of, my dad was a businessman. He came from a working class sort of ethic. My mum was a housewife. And the idea was you went to college, and that was it. They wanted you to go to college so you could go on to make a living. Me playing the guitar, writing, sitting in the bedroom with those kind of plans, it didn't really fit, you know. So I think when I came to Poland, I went to university. And when I went to Poland, I had a guitar and I had pen and paper. And don't forget, Barry, this is 1994. So you didn't have the internet, you didn't have email, you didn't have a mobile phone. There's probably people out there thinking, what did you do? So as I said, you had pen and paper and you had the guitar. So I used to sit there for hours, just playing music, writing. And that's where I actually think, I didn't plan to come to Poland. It was an opportunity that just came up, and I took it, and I was glad I did. And that's where things kind of took off. I don't think it would have happened if I'd been at home. I probably would have gone into, my dad was in insurance business. I'd probably be a broken man now if I got into insurance, you know. So.
Oh, are you sure? I think you might have made millions like your dad.
Well,
but I mean, for you, it was an opportunity, I suppose, just to pursue your love of writing, your love of music, and also there was this sense that you were exploring a new frontier, being in where you were in Minsk Mazowiecki, which was luckily not too far from Warsaw.
Yeah, this was, I suppose I was lucky in the sense that I could get on a train and get into Warsaw, and you could meet the expats. There weren't very many foreign people living in Warsaw at the time. I remember there was a small group of us who used to go to the Irish bar, and that's where a lot of things got done. And you're always looking for an opportunity. And one evening I was there, and over a few beers, I met the English editor of the Warsaw Voice, which was the sort of English language newspaper for Central Europe and Warsaw. We all used to buy it. I think it was the only English language paper you could get.
It is. We used to buy it. We used to talk about it. The articles it had were important.
Yeah, it gave you an understanding of what was going on. And I had this idea I approached this guy after a few beers and said, look, I live outside Warsaw. Would you be interested in somebody writing from outside Warsaw? And he's like, what are you going to write about? And I was going to say, well, complaining mostly, you know, about the food or and the various different living conditions and so on. So I think they called the first column Backwater Blues, which was probably a bit unfair. It wasn't really
I think
a
you
backwater,
kept that. There was you shared the top half of a page with John Edmondson, and he was the Expat Files, obviously a riff on the X-Files. And you kept that name, the Backwater Blues. I think Blues, you were quite loath to change it, really.
Yeah, I suppose blue. And then, you know, I think there was this sense that people in Warsaw who worked in companies and so on didn't have a real sense of what was going on. If, you know, there was no other, I think there was a Scottish guy living in Minsk, that was it. You were somewhere nearby for a while. I can't even remember the name of the place you lived in.
Sienice.
But you made Polish friends, and you got to know Polish families, and it was a great immersion into the culture. And I got friendly with them again in a bar. I met Polish guys who were playing a band, and they were kind of a bluesy band, and the Polish singer couldn't really get that phrasing on the blues songs, you know, and he knew I was a bit of a musician around the town, so he said, look, can you come in and join us? And that took off, and we had a great band for a couple of years, and we got to do the whole band thing into the back of vans on a Monday night off to little villages and towns around Poland, playing with a Polish blues band. And it was a great adventure. And all those sort of stories came into this column for the Warsaw Voice, and they would eventually come to form a lot of the content for the book, There's an Egg in My Soup. So
yes, well, we'll come on to that. But I mean, the actual writing of those articles, it was like your first taste of notoriety. It probably made you hungry for more. You know, I think you for quite a while you were the literary man about town, and I'm sure the success with the Warsaw Voice did encourage you to start writing your memoir. An Egg in My Soup, yes?
But it did, yeah. And I had the content there for it. Now, it took a long time to write it. It went through various revisions, and then I couldn't get it published. Couldn't get it published until later on when Europe opened up. When did Poland join the EU? It was probably 2004.
Well, there was a kind of a general kind of interest in.
Yeah, and then there was an interest.
Polish
in
people
Poland,
were coming to Ireland and so forth. Yeah.
And then that was the impetus for the book to be published. And I mean, it was. I enjoyed the book. I got a lot of good reviews. I got some. I mean, you weren't going to be pleasing everybody, and I did get some emails from Polish people who didn't like it and so on. You're going to expect that.
Well, you always you liked Mince Mazowiecki, but you never really loved it. It was a kind of I wouldn't say a love-hate, because you did like the place, but you could be quite critical of it. But at the same time, it was in many ways one of the most formative places for you as a writer and a musician.
Yeah, and as a person, I think, Barry, because don't forget, nobody knew anything about Poland at the time when we went over in the mid-90s. There was very little known about it. It was an adventure, and I was prepared to just go into an adventure. I didn't have any plans. And as you said at the beginning, I stayed for 5 years. I met my wife there. We're still together, be happy to hear. And we have twins. So all that, do you know what I mean? So it was the formation of me as a person as well. And I do think it was the best years of my life, really, and we do look back with I think even we made friends in that period, and we're still friends almost 30 years later. I think as well, you wrote 2 books when you were there. You wrote Gabriel's Gate, and you wrote An Egg in My Soup. And I was thinking about some of the questions I was going to ask you, and you've always been slightly at war with yourself as a writer, in the sense that you really are a spectacularly good journalist, and you're also a really good novelist. And I don't think you've ever really known which one to particularly choose as the way forward as a writer. But I know that your heart is with, in spite of the success of An Egg in My Soup, you've always hankered after being a successful novelist, because you have lots of stories in you. And I think that's because of just that you're so creative as a musician. Yeah, I know you kind of struggle with that, I suppose, because it took me so long to get published, and then you seem to get, I don't know, this is a bad demon following me around or something. I mean, when I got Gabriel's Gate published, I was thrilled, and it was published in hardback, and it was great buzz. And then the bloody publisher folded up, and he wanted to do my second book. He said, "Look, Tom, I'll do your next book, but I'm going to tell you, I'm printing X amount of copies, and that's it. I'm pulling the plug." He was a boutique publisher, and he was trying to do something a bit innovative in the Irish publishing industry, and he was coming up against a lot of knockbacks, so he just pulled the plug on it. So I had that book never got published, sitting there, the second one. So I left. I didn't write for a while. I just stuck to journalism, and then I came up with this idea for the ghost song thing. Okay, so that was.
Well, but being a writer and a musician has established a pattern that really you followed when you came back to Ireland, and this dual life is the big theme of your writings, and the ghost song is the culmination. It's the fullness of you as a writer and a musician. I mean, those 2 songs are just stunning, Tom. Stunning. I think anyone listening to them would feel their heart race a bit faster. But so tell us the story of the ghost song, Tom, and what it means to you.
The ghost song. So I come up with an idea. I had a couple of other books written and didn't have much luck with them. I was thinking, what am I going to do? I'll do something different. So I decided to come up with this. I knew about music. I knew about journalism. I knew about these different characters in the book. So I decided to write a book about a songwriter, an aging songwriter who almost had a break when he was younger, went off the map for a while, came back and tried to have a second go at being successful in the digital age, sort of thing, So the book is written from the standpoint of multiple characters. You have a journalist, you have his partner, girlfriend, you have a guy who owns a record shop, you have a music manager, and they're all telling their stories about this guy called Jake Green. So I started writing the book, and then I was thinking, I sent it out, and one of the publishers came back and said, love the book, love the story, great writing, but this guy would be better off self-publishing. And I thought, God, is that what it's come to, you know, that a publisher is going to tell you you're better off self-publishing. So I thought about it, and I said, okay, I'll go for it. I'll do it myself.
Well,
So,
what's happening in the publishing industry? Do you think that is becoming an option? Is it the Amazon option, or?
it's like everything. I'll probably go on to you know, when I talk about music, the whole industry has just changed. I mean, it started, I suppose, I got the sense of it when I was in the Irish Independent, and I had 3 redundancies, and I came out and back in, out and back in. And the last redundancy was just, there was no way back into print, and the digital side of things was taking over everything. Advertising was down, print was coming down, and the same thing was being reflected in the book publishing industry. You know, there was you had e-books, people were buying them for little or nothing, and authors were giving them away for free. And with that, you had just, the industry was swamped with writers putting out books on Kindle and other e-reading platforms for little or no money, and they were overtaking publishers, and the whole other industry went in parallel with the traditional publishing industry. And in one way, it's great because you can write a book and you can throw it out there. In others, it's very hard. You know, there's a bit of a stigma. I think there is still. When I went to self-publish this, people go, you know, you're self-published, right? That means you couldn't get published. It's a bit of a, are you a failure? You know, but I think because I had a bit of background, I wasn't too worried about that. And the process, it's interesting, you know, if you think about it, what you have to do and the possibilities that are there. So I decided to look at this.
Those possibilities to the full.
Yeah, well, I thought, you know, I'll give this a go. And because you're a creative person, you think you take the reins and do everything yourself. So it was a learning experience for me. So the first thing I had to do is I wrote the book, okay? I looked at proofreading, and I found people in Ireland were charging a couple of grand for proofreading, okay? So then I went online and I found somebody in Brazil. Now you'd think, why would you go to Brazil to get a book proofread? But look, there are people there who huge and their English is great, and they devour books. I found an excellent reader who gave me an excellent critique of the book, second revision. She signed it off, that was perfect. That didn't cost much. Then I found a designer in the Philippines to do the artwork. There's the artwork.
Will you be able to show us that? Yes.
Yeah, it's back to front, but there it is. And I like that. Now that has the idea of the vinyl at the front. I was touching into nostalgia there for.
Yeah, can I actually, do you mind if I interrupt you? Can I just read out the blurb at the back of your book? Jake Green was a songwriter from an age when people listened to their music on vinyl, on cassette tapes, on the radio, and on each other's guitars. Jake almost made it back in those days, but that was before the tragedy, the one that involved his beloved little daughter. So he did something drastic and vanished. Now, what's the vanishing at the heart of this story, Tom?
Well, I'd be giving it away, but I suppose
is it
kind of, yeah. Well, yeah.
But I mean, the thing is that the comeback is he needs to vanish in order to come back.
He needs to vanish to come back. Yeah, so that's at the heart of it. Yeah, yeah. So he does something drastic. So the plot, yeah, he's picked up by a manager, and he's not sure. He's not sure he wants to go down that road. And as it turns out, the manager is not a nice guy, and he uses him and his music. And then, in a sense, what happens is Jake Green gets his revenge at the end in some ways. So the idea I had was, when I got the book together, I thought, okay, you have the book, now what are you going to do with it? How are you going to get a book out there? If you just toss it onto Amazon, it's just going to be buried. It's not going to go anywhere. So you have to have other content. And then I thought, well, why not write some songs and weave them into the story, and then slowly start putting them out. So then I had content to use in terms of advertising and on your social channels, which is great, but then you're into a whole world of work, you know? So I wrote the book last year, and because of the pandemic, I didn't do a whole lot of promotion. I've been doing the promotion now over the last few months, but it's a lot of work, and there's a lot of investment in advertising. Okay, so you have to advertise on Facebook to get the content out. You have to be building your profile. So there's all that. But it's been good. So the music's just gone on Spotify now over the last few weeks.
And we were actually talking today to Jonathan Brielle, and I think it's okay to tell people that you were actually talking to Jonathan as well about looking to try and develop the book as a musical. At least you're talking, because he was talking that it takes an awful long time for the idea to germinate. I mean, he was talking about having an idea in 1996, and it came to fruition in 2010. And I think he was very impressed with your idea. He loves your music, that's for sure. And I just think your initiative is very encouraging. Just everything you've done around this book is just very impressive.
Yeah, well, I enjoy it. I mean, again, and I'm talking about the music now, just to leave the books aside for a minute. It's the music, that music has been recorded up in the wardrobe upstairs, you know, except for the second song, Little Star, that was done in the studio. But then there was the lockdown, so I couldn't go into a studio. And you're thinking, well, I can't just leave it because I started the process. There's songs in the book. It's all over my Facebook page and so on. I need to get more music out. So I invested in a bit of software and I started recording it upstairs. And this shows you the possibilities again that are out there. Mm-hmm. You're able to record the nuts and bolts of the song and then send them over to your producer. So the first song you played there, Be My Guide, I just dropped that into Spotify today. That was worked on by a producer in London who did a great job. And then I made the video, and then you designed the artwork. So there's a lot of things to do. Now, sadly, Barry, this is the downside. Okay, I haven't seen any returns. Okay, so this is, I couldn't get a bottle of wine out of them, anybody. But that's not what you're aiming for at the moment. It's a process, and you see, you give it a bit of time, see where it develops.
Well,
this whole area
I think
really.
the word today is it's an intermediate process. It's or you're exploring the possibilities of your work across several platforms. Yeah, so there is a chance. There's always a chance, and it will happen that you will reach a wide audience. And as well as that, there is an opportunity for the book to be developed as well, maybe as a play. It's quite dialogue centered, the book, isn't that right?
Yeah, well, it's just dialogue. I mean, it's told from multiple point of views, so it's straight in. There's no prose. That's the way I decided to write it, something different. So with an eye to somebody looking at it and going, this is almost a ready-made screenplay or something, So that was the plan.
So it does mirror some aspects of your life because it's not biographical, but I mean, there's always certain aspects you can say that's a little bit like what's happening with you in your life or what's happened. But I did think one thing is very interesting, that it does hark back to a time that's pre-digital. And yet you're saying yourself now that it's actually the digital world that has allowed you to make the book you've made with all its additions in terms of music and publicizing it and so forth.
Yeah, well, I suppose that's what I was trying to get across, that we're now in the digital age and you have people who are still who are bamboozled about it, but they're trying to get a way through. So you have this guy, he's 40 sort of thing in the character in the book. He's up against it. He recruits young people to get him on side, and he's a bit lost. And the nostalgia end of it is, nostalgia is a very powerful force. And I think music is the trigger for so many people, and everyone has a soundtrack. So I'm always dropping in, these markers along the way through the book of people when they look back. There's always a song associated with big moments in their life. You know what I mean? So that's never going to change. So the book is written about the love of music, and everybody in the book has a love of music in some way. And that's one of the things as well, the messages to get across,
Before we finish, would you like to read an extract of the book, Tom?
Let's see.
That's a yes, is it?
Just looking here. I'll just read, talking about the love of music. There is a part where the journalist is talking about one of his favorite albums, okay? And it was Miles Davis, A Kind of Blue, okay? And he says, I chose that one because there's no other album ever made that penetrates the dark recesses of the human soul like that masterpiece. I know it gets an airing at every Nouveau Riche dinner party every weekend. It's almost like the token jazz album everyone has in an otherwise sprawling collection of mediocrity. It's left conveniently on the coffee table for guests to take note of. But somewhere, right now, out there, those opening piano chords to flamenco sketches are being played in someone's home, somewhere in the world. Those simple percussive notes on the bass, they're out there right now, and they're doing what they do to everyone. They're providing the human condition with the melody. It's like Miles Davis was a supreme puppet master when he recorded that. It's a universal piece of music that will force you to probe every crevice in your psyche and question its worth. Try it if you don't believe me.
Try it if you don't believe it.
After you finish listening to my music, you can go over and listen to Miles Davis.
I will. Tom, that's just, that reads like poetic prose. It's just beautifully written.
Thanks.
So I mean, congratulations and wishing you all the best with it.
Thanks, Barry. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, and Kasia, do we have any questions from our students? Because Kasia's listening here on the other.
I'm I'm monitoring YouTube. I can't see any questions just yet, but I was wondering, because I can see that there are more people now than there were at the beginning. So perhaps we could listen to the songs once again.
Oh yeah, I think it would be great.
Yeah, and I've got a question actually about the link between the narrative in the video clips and the book. So I'm just, I ask our IT if we can have the songs again. So Panie Robercie, czy możemy prosić o puszczenie piosenek ponowne? I'm sorry.
If I could just ask Barry.
Yes.
That if people are on Spotify, they could check out that.
Oh yeah, Tom, please actually explain that.
It's under Jake Green.
Oh
okay.
Yeah, this is something I haven't come to. Jake Green, explain who Jake Green is and where they can find him.
So Jake Green is the character in the book, okay? And the plan was always for him to start dropping music. Now, the eventuality arose where people were starting to like the music, and then Jake Green kind of morphed. So I'm putting his music on. It's me, but I'm doing all the music. But it's the artist name I'm going under is Jake Green. So that's where. If I can share the screen, I'll show you where.
Absolutely.
So that's not it. Anyway, if you'll find them under.
No, but put it up on the screen, Tom.
Jake Green. Okay, so. So there he is. That's the latest single. That's the one that's just out. You think you just play the video for it?
I don't think it's come up yet. I think it's because perhaps we haven't made you a co-host.
You haven't? Okay, well, don't worry about it.
No, we have, so it should. So give it another go there, Tom.
Okay, can you see that?
Jake Green is garnishing quite a following for himself. You might end up actually sticking to Jake Green as your musical name, no?
Well, I might have to, because he's kind of my doppelganger now at this stage. So there, can you see that screen?
No, unfortunately,
okay,
Tom.
All right, I don't know, that's not working.
Oh, there it is. Great.
Okay.
Yes.
So originally, that started off on SoundCloud. SoundCloud is a platform for musicians, really. And that's where I put it first as a kind of a trial. So you can put your music up on SoundCloud and then people come in and comment on it. But it's not really a great platform to get a gauge of what your music is like, because mostly it's other musicians commenting and it's kind of a like for like. So they like you, you like them back. But it was good for me to start with. And then when I started working there, I decided I'll just go for it and put it on Spotify. So now I have it on Spotify as a verified artist over the last few weeks. That single was dropped in today. So I'm trying to get more followers and that kind of thing. So if you're on Spotify, you can jump in, Jake Green, and just press the follow button.
We will be spreading the word, Tom. We promise.
Great.
And of course, you've actually had quite a few celebrity endorsements in Ireland, yes?
Well, the guy from the Hot Flowers, I don't know if people know the Hot Flowers. He liked one of the videos, and which was nice. You get this odd surprise, you know, but mostly you have to invest in advertising. Facebook will want you to spend money, you know. Like I put that latest song on Facebook this morning, and it's only got 5 likes. And I had a call from somebody on Facebook last week. It shows you they're watching it because you're pushing stuff out. I had a call from the marketing person on Facebook to see what my ad budget was. So, you know, there's another story to hold. There's another strand.
It just goes to show you. I mean, you've been so professional about all your dealings with the book from start to finish, really. But I mean, this is what you have to do if you want to get your music and your creative writing out to the world, yes, to achieve a readership, to achieve a listenership.
Yeah, you have to be willing to put in the time and the graft. Yeah, yeah. It's a slog. I mean, I enjoy it. I'll do it for another while. I think I have one more book to go, and I'll see what happens after that.
Well, when you do have the next book, please come over. It'll be post-COVID.
Sure, I can come over to it next time I go to Warsaw, and I'll bring my guitar. We do a gig somewhere.
Yeah, I've been just phoned by our IT person that the videos can be played. So, Tom, if you stop sharing screen, then our IT person support will play the songs again.
Okay. So, Tom, thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
We're going to fade out with your songs, Tom.
Great, thanks a million.
I've got this question about the connection between the storyline in the book and in the songs. Is there a connection?
Yeah, there is. I mean, when the first one, Little Star, is just about, it's about this guy, Jake Green, and he's sort of saying, you know, everyone has their dreams, and we mightn't all realize them, but we're all sort of little stars, and there is a whole world out there of possibilities, and it's not all about fame and success. The second one is this sort of dreamlike video where I suppose inspiration for a lot of creative people comes in their dreams, and the song is called Be My Guide, so it's trying to hone in on where you're getting your creativity from. And the symbol of the rose is like the rose is a symbol of passion and sacrifice. So you're passionate about something, but you're also aware of sacrifices.
Yes, the connection with the Little Prince.
That wasn't in mind, but yeah, possibly.
But I could see even the scarf was the same.
Yeah,
yeah. You know, the hair.
I just liked the footage and everything. Yeah, but it worked.
It's very evocative, that's for sure.
Yeah, no, I thought it was nice. Yeah.
Okay.
So Kasia, we're ready to go with the videos, yes?
I was hoping so. I don't know why we don't have any. Panie Robercie, czy jest pan z nami?
The videos will be on my Facebook page as well, and on YouTube. So
okay.
Tom Galvin writer is Facebook.
We'll put them up on the website after this anyway, Tom. So, but it would be nice to it's what we planned to finish with your songs, yes?
Yeah. So they I've just heard that they are nearly ready. So I hope
nearly ready. Okay.
We'll hear them in a bit.
And okay, so I mean, I think you've been very encouraging to please share the link to Spotify again. I listened to a song and I've become a huge fan. So Tom, the head of the department is a huge fan. That's official.
Thanks very much. Yeah, no, it's great. It's very encouraging, you know. So as I say, I'm only started. This is it's infancy for me getting the music on Spotify. So it's been an interesting process. Mm-hmm. It's been encouraging to get good feedback. So definitely, yeah. And there's more to come. So I've a lot more stuff to release.
Definitely come and play somewhere in Warsaw, and that would be part of our next year.
I know. I did my first gig in the Emerald Bar in Warsaw. I don't know if the Emerald Bar is even still there. It used to be beside a record store called Digital on Powieśla.
A few Irish people are meeting there tomorrow night, Tom. I'm not saying that I'm going to go, but I'm not saying that I'm not going to go. So it's still there.
Yeah, I remember that place. It was a bit like a toilet, really. But
it is still like a toilet, but it's you know that's why it's so good. You know. Yeah, so Kasia, are the videos ready to go?
I don't know.
Yeah, the beauty of Zoom. But I mean, Tom, hopefully you'll even. We were talking about the intermedial or the transmedial possibilities of the book with the music, but you'll also be able to tour it at some point post-COVID.
Yeah, I don't know, Barry. Like, I mean, this is the thing. Like, if someone said to me, "You're going on tour," I don't know if I want to. I really don't know. Like, I have a day job, I have kids, I have grass to be cut in the back garden. I don't know. It's something like that sort of dream of your 20s, going on tour and doing the festival circuit. Like, I went to do a festival last summer over in Donegal, over in the west of Ireland, and we were like, "Oh, geez, we can't wait to get home." You know, you're eating dodgy hamburgers, you're drinking too much, you can't drink anymore because you're too old, and it's great fun for one night. But we kind of said, "My God, imagine what it's like being a real rock star."
Tom, if writing books and songs doesn't give you an excuse to drink a bit, then
no, I'd love to go to Warsaw.
What you doing it all for?
I don't know. I know I do. I would do something like that. There's an artist called Bill Fay. I don't know if you've ever heard of him. It's an interesting story.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay, good.
Are we ready to rock and roll? Yes.
I've got the message on our chat that if there is a minute or a pause, then we'll hear the video. So
well, then we'll just thank you, Kasia. Maybe you'd like to say a few words to Tom out of thanks, because what a guest! What just an amazing.
Yeah, thank you very much, Tom, for
thanks,
for joining
Kasia, for inviting me. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I hope that we'll have a chance to meet in person, and that you'll visit Warsaw and our institute one day, and perhaps this will be, a launch of your.
To finally get out and play. I'd love to.
You'll get back to the origins.
Exactly.
Kasia, we have to rope him into a creative writing class too.
Yeah, definitely.
Yes.
Yeah.
Little Prince would be the first thing on the agenda, because you caught me robbing that. Anyway, don't tell anybody else.
Yeah, so once again, thank you very much. And
thanks,
if we'll stop for a moment, if we'll stop talking, then the video will be played. So thanks.
Thank you, Tom Galvin. Thank you.
Sure I could hear a voice, and they were calling out, and in my sleep I had to make a choice. Well, if we lived in the golden ages, when the good went by the book, and a crooked path led to your door from a road I never took. And this candle's burning, and the seasons on the wind, from blackest days and tortured ways, from misery and sin. So let your light shine down upon me. Let your light shine down upon me. I'll be my guide. Well, if you still believed in kings and queens, would there be a God? And what do you believe in, following the hill we now forgot? And if the night came down forever and the day ceased to exist, would it make a difference to your ways, or would you still insist? and there's candles burning, and the seasons on the wind. From blackest days and tortured ways, from misery and sin. So let your light shine down upon me. Let your light shine down upon me. Let your light shine down upon me. I'll be my guide. Let your light shine down upon me. Let your light shine down upon me. Let your light shine down upon me. I'll be my guide. Sang from the heart, your love from the soul, but you woke with the blues every morning. Where was your muse? Did you poison her with booze? Slip away when the day was just dawning. Shine on, sail, shine on, too beautiful to fail. Burn on, sail, burn on, blaze another trail. Out like a flame, smoldering fame. You seem so secure. What happened? To have is not to be. You tried to break free from the room that is roused with their clapping. Shine on, sail, shine on, elegant and fade. Play on, sail, play on, play to save the day. And open it up and look outside. Little star, your world is wide. There's a word, a whisper unheard, a love that's profound in its giving. She she's still waiting there. Remember how you cared in the days when her warmth was abounding. Shine on, sail, shine on, radiant and frayed. Gaze on, sail, gaze on your parade. And open up, look outside. Little star, your world is wide. Shine on, sail, shine on, radiant and frayed. Gaze on, sail, gaze on your parade.
Brilliant songs. Fantastic.
Thanks,
Yeah,
everyone.
Isn't
thank
it just
you so much,
fantastic?
Tom. Yeah, I was wondering because the videos, they are so complex. I mean, the music is great, but also the videos are great. So I was just wondering how many people were involved in the process of creating them. Like,
Just
how
me.
complicated it is.
It was just me. I just got footage from
Oh,
everywhere and put it together. It took a long time. It took a while actually trying to find footage and get it together with the lyrics and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, it's seamlessly put together. It all kind of just the image matches everything that's happening in the song.
Yeah, I know. That's the thing. But yeah, it's trying to get footage is the real problem, and that's the time-consuming bit. And then you just get software to put the video together, really, and then integrate it. So, but I enjoy that. It's even if the kids are screaming at me to come down from the attic.
Is it more enjoyable than writing a book?
I know this is the curious thing, actually. And I thought about that. That I think the process of writing music and putting videos together is more. It's more enjoyable than writing a book. I think at this stage, I think it is. I think the buzz of writing a book years ago was kind of different because you always had a bit of a celebration with it. You had a book launch, a physical book launch, and all your aunties and uncles turned up, and you had champagne and everything. Like the last time I launched this ghost song, it was just me at home, just go and press enter, and off it went into the ether. You know what I mean? There wasn't much of a sense of occasion. So
it's like reading; it's more private, both writing and reading, perhaps. Whereas music is always more. I just realized when watching the video, the bit with the concerts, that this is something that we miss, I suppose, a lot nowadays with the lockdown.
Yeah, I know.
Closed, but usually music is something that is more public, and I think I can agree with you. Yeah.
I think well, I try to find a way to integrate everything because it's all going to change. The way people are reading books and how they're consuming everything, all kinds of content is changing. Do you know what I mean? So I think to move forward, you have to be able to do more than just write a book and expect it to take off. You have to be prepared to put a bit more into it, you know. So that's where it is.
Yeah, like this transmedia projects that Barry has already mentioned. So yeah, this is what you're actually doing now.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. So no, I enjoy doing it, and you know, and we have the Eurovision to come on Saturday. Don't forget. Just to go off on another note. So that's another. Yeah, but yeah. So look, hopefully, I would love to come over to Warsaw next time and play somewhere. Maybe not the Emerald Bar, but
we'll sort out a venue or two. Just give us a little bit of time. It's just those songs inject a lot of optimism, and I think these are times and we're all looking for that. And so I think we will look forward with optimism to your concerts in a year from now. And if we say they're going to happen, then there's a better chance of them actually happening.
There you go. You plant the seed. Yeah, I mean, I think during that lockdown thing, you know, I found in particular that it was great for doing that sort of thing, you know, because you're stuck at home and, you know, you keep yourself going mentally, but by doing all that. And I probably wouldn't have done it otherwise. I don't think, wouldn't have done so much of it, you know. It was kind of languishing beforehand. So I think you see a lot of stuff coming out for the better from everywhere, from people doing this, you know. Unfortunately, the live side of stuff is a big miss. I miss the live things, the live music, because I used to play 2-3 times a month, you know, just getting out as a social thing, just in bars and stuff. And yeah, that's really a big miss.
But they'll be back. They'll be back, and you have songs as well now to play, your own songs, Tom. So
yeah, definitely, yeah.
Kasia, any students ask anything there? We don't want to overlook anything. If some wonderful songs, that's what we got.
Yeah. Positive comments on YouTube, and you already have fans here in Warsaw. So yes.
Yeah. No. Well, I've always had a special place for Poland, you know. So it'd be great to go back to Poland to be the first place to play these songs, because I haven't played them anywhere at all, you know. So that would be a great place to go back to, definitely. And thanks very much for
thank you.
Enjoyed that, for having me on. So.
We enjoyed it. Thanks, Tom.
Great.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
You really made a great. Thank you so much.
Cheers.
Okay.
Oh, wasn't that wonderful, Kasia?
That was brilliant.
I think what a talent.
Yeah.
So I do. Is it time for you now to announce the Yeats movie?
Yeah, we've got the Yeats movies, and that's the last part of our program. Yes, I've got this comment. So I think we can start now with the movies, and then we'll get together at the end, or it will depend on the comments or questions.
Yeats's relationships with women were always central to both his life and his art. As lovers and collaborators, as mediums and muses, the women in Yeats's orbit were arguably the most significant players in his life's drama.
Yeats believed, and a lot of his later poems, I think, reflect this belief, that sex and the act of sexual union is itself spiritual enlightenment. It's a very Indian idea, and Yeats reads a lot of Indian philosophy in the 1920s and 1930s.
There is the extraordinary fact that Yeats, throughout his life, had close friendships with powerful and interesting women, and close friendships that were more than friendships of a dependency of, say, the woman on him or he on the woman, but rather entered into a collaborative work.
He seemed to get on very well with women, and so he had good relationships with women, and perhaps women offered him the kind of moral support and the kind of attention that he thrived under.
So he was far from wanting women to be beautiful passive objects. He wanted them to be active. He didn't like the form that Maud Gonne's activism took, but he didn't, I mean, he was not an advocate for passivity, passive beauty, you know, just sitting on a sofa, not at all.
The fact is that for Yeats, the pursuit of love and the pursuit of creativity were woven together, as he often indicates in his poetry.
The most interesting thing about Yeats's relationship with women is the degree to which, through much of his life, it was both unsuccessful and extraordinarily successful. The unsuccessful aspect is that he really didn't establish what would be thought as a mature and fulfilling relationship with a woman until his marriage in 1917. In his 50s. So Yeats had a protracted virginity as a young man. Of course, there were love affairs, periods of having a mistress, but none of it represented the kind of full human relationship that most people think of as maturing and enriching.
Yeats's romantic life was late in developing. As a young man in Dublin in 1882, he had fallen for his soon-to-be-married distant cousin, Laura Armstrong, who had, according to Yeats, a wild dash of half-insane genius, and her ideal was to inspire some of his early writing. Much later in London, in 1894, Yeats met a cultured English novelist, Olivia Shakespeare, who was to be his first lover. Locked into a passionless marriage, Shakespeare risked much in embarking on this covert relationship with the poet. Yet the shadow of another woman, Maud Gonne, and the call of Ireland which she embodied were never far from his thoughts, and his passion for Olivia painfully began to wane. As Yeats wrote of her, "I had a beautiful friend, and dreamed that the old despair might fade in love in the end. She looked in my heart one day, and saw your image was there. She is gone, weeping away." Another important relationship was with the actress Florence Farr, whom Yeats had met earlier in 1888. Their friendship sprung from a mutual interest in theatre and the occult. A beautiful, free-spirited woman, Farr briefly became Yeats's lover around 1903, but the affair was seemingly short-lived. Their friendship, however, endured until her early death in 1917, and this ability to sustain his friendships with former lovers was to prove a feature of Yeats's life. But it is the almost mythical figure of Maud Gonne, the firebrand daughter of a British Army officer, that was to prove the inspiration for so many of his best-known poems. They met first through their friendship with the old revolutionary John O'Leary, and Maud would remain a formative influence for the rest of Yeats's life.
She was remarkable. She was 6 foot tall in a period in which a tall woman would be a woman of 5'5" or 5'6". She was remarkably beautiful. The average person was stunned by her.
To use a very cliched expression, he fell for her. I mean, he has that famous sentence in his autobiographies about seeing her for the first time. "The troubling of my life began," he said.
I was 20 and Willie was 21 when we first met, and he was extremely proud of that 1 year's seniority. He looked much younger than I did because he was rather a disheveled art student, for he intended to be a painter like his father. And I had just succeeded in emancipating myself from a unionist family, and I had traveled all over Europe.
He was absolutely infatuated with her. And I don't think she fully understood what that meant to him. You know, because she looked upon him as a friend, very close friend, and a lot in common. He didn't go for her politics at all. Wanted her to give up that life of hate, as he called it. But she wasn't going to be deterred.
He immortalized her famously in No Second Troy. Why should I blame her that she filled my days with misery, or that she would of late have taught to ignorant men most violent ways, or hurl the little streets upon the great, had they but courage equal to desire? What could have made her peaceful with a mind that nobleness made simple as a fire, with beauty like a tightened bow, a kind that is not natural in an age like this, been high and solitary and most stern? Why, what could she have done, being what she is? Was there another Troy for her to burn?
For Yeats, Maud represented a kind of ideal of feminine beauty, which also possesses an almost kind of magical power.
He had been brooding on beautiful supernatural women since starting The Wanderings of a Sheen. And so he had an imago of the beautiful supernatural woman.
So he was spiritually and imaginatively prepared to be under the sway, I think, of a muse. And Maud Gonne clearly had beauty. She had passion, intellectual force, and glamour. And by writing the poems that he did, he recreated both her and himself.
I think he clearly obsessed about Maud Gonne. I think he also loved being obsessed with Maud Gonne because he knew perfectly well that it was providing great poetry.
Maud, however, had a secret from Yeats. In December 1898, she told him of her affair with a French journalist and lawyer named Lucien Millevoye, with whom she had 2 children. Their son Georges tragically died from meningitis at an early age, while their daughter Iseult was now 4 and living in France.
I must say, it's quite remarkable that she managed to keep this private life, this French private life, and 2 illegitimate children private for a long, long time. There were rumours, but when she told Yeats about it, he was absolutely stunned. He had thought of her as a 6-foot virgin. And, she says, well, I have had these 2 children. And the first surviving letter of Iseult, when she's a little girl, she said, "Dear Mr. Yeats, thank you for the books. They're too good for such a little gutter cat as myself." She was very sensitive about being illegitimate and having only a covert relationship with her father. And he was a kind of uncle-father figure for a long time. And when Iseult was only 16, she said that she thought she should marry Yeats. She obviously thought it, as he was a stable male figure in her life. And he said, "No, there is too much Mars in your horoscope." And so when he finally gets desperate, it's for astrological reasons. He tells both Maud and Iseult that he has to marry for astrological reasons, and that there's a woman in England who's prepared to do it. And Iseult dithers and admits that she told Richard Ellman she wanted to tie Yeats to her because he was a friend and a father figure. And so she equivocated. Finally, he sat her down in a cafe, an ABC in London, and said yes or no. And very sadly, she said no.
But this is at the time when Lady Gregory had said that he had a scare because he thought somebody was pregnant, some girlfriend of his was pregnant. And he got a big scare. Lady Gregory said, "You must get married." So he, having tried Maud, having tried her daughter, then he went back and asked George. Poor George.
In August of 1917, having had his proposal to Iseult Gonne finally rejected, Yeats decided to marry a young scholar and fellow member of the Golden Dawn, Georgina Hyde Lees, whom he had met much earlier through Ezra Pound's wife Dorothy. They married on October 20th, 1917 in London, and despite this apparently inauspicious start, George Yeats proved herself wise beyond her years, and their marriage was to survive through the coming times.
She was frighteningly intelligent. I remember very well looking at a book in her library once and realizing that there was marginalia, there were notes to herself in the margins in 5 different languages. Much better educated than her husband in some ways.
Georgie at 25 was more mature than Isolde was ever in her life. Georgie was a very, very clever, very mature woman. Otherwise, she wouldn't have turned the spirits on the honeymoon. She would have just walked out.
Retiring by nature, George was to be the practical backbone of Yeats's daily existence from then on. But theirs was also a remarkable spiritual marriage and creative collaboration.
Her husband, who said everything to everybody, annoyed her greatly when, in a book called A Packet to Ezra Pound, he wrote about this occult bond that had made their marriage through automatic writing. What he doesn't say in that account of it is that this rescued their marriage.
As Yeats wrote later, on the afternoon of October 24th, 1917, 4 days after my marriage, my wife surprised me by attempting automatic writing. What came in disjointed sentences, in almost illegible writing, was so exciting, sometimes so profound, that I persuaded her to give an hour or two, day after day, to the unknown writer.
George turned on the astral plane and he wrote an ecstatic letter to Lady Gregory saying, "I've married the right woman. This is wonderful. She is a perfect woman, and, you know, the spirits are coming through and everything."
In County Galway, Yeats renovated the tower at Tour Ballylee in her honour, and although their married life was to be one of constant moving, the tower would always be a kind of symbolic home. They were to have 2 children, Anne and Michael.
And she also was a wonderful wife in many other ways, in that she took all the practical decisions, ran the house, organised their complicated peregrinations to Italy in the winter for his health, kept him alive literally because he had a number of very severe life-threatening bouts of illness in the late 20s. And she created a family life and 2 children of whom he was very proud, though perhaps not demonstratively so. So a whole world was made for him by this extremely remarkable woman.
However, there continued to be, throughout his marriage to George, many affairs and infatuations. Late in life, in what he once called his second puberty, he had heady relationships with a young and mentally unstable actress, Margot Ruddock, and with the beautiful left-wing novelist, Ethel Mannin, as well as, towards the end of his days, the somewhat androgynous figures of the aristocratic Dorothy Wellesley and the journalist and feminist Edith Shackleton Heald. Ethel Mannin described this last phase of Yeats's life as one filled with hunger for a swan song of passionate love and his inability to secure it.
But I think even giving his wife George all her due, even giving his dearest friend in many ways, Olivia Shakespeare, and his first lover her due, even looking at these passionate late infatuations, and of course his love for Isolde, there is this one central lodestar figure who is a figure in his imaginative as well as his sexual life, and that's Maud Gonne.
Yeats wrote in the spring of 1899. It will take a generation, and perhaps generations, to restore the theatre of art, expressing his commitment to the idea of a poetic theatre, a theatre of ritual and consequence, which was to remain central to his creative and public vision for so much of his life. This theatre, although international in aspiration, would also be a national theatre that would hope to shape a new Irish consciousness on stage.
On the shabby stage of a provincial theatre, a group of amateurs set out to recreate the soul of Ireland, to give it nobility.
The Abbey Theatre had a long and at times troubled gestation, but the seeds of the idea were sown at Coole in 1897 in a conversation with Lady Gregory and Yeats's good friend Edward Martin. The writer George Moore would later join them, and this early notion was to become the Irish Literary Theatre, a forerunner of what we now know as the Abbey Theatre or National Theatre Society. Yeats's notions of a national theatre found willing collaborators in two highly talented amateur actors, the Fay brothers, Willie and Frank. And their style of acting, strongly influenced by progressive movements in European theatre, formed the basis of an influential Abbey style, which was to shape future generations of Irish actors. Ironically, the all-important funding for this fledgling Irish institution came from an English tea heiress and benefactor, Annie Horniman, a feminist and theatre lover with a strong interest in the occult. And the Abbey formally opened its doors at the end of 1904. The dream, once more, had become a reality.
There is the opening of the theatre in 1904. The poet coming before the curtain with his hand upraised, quoting lines from Spenser's Faerie Queen. Be bold, be bolder still, be yet more bold, but not too bold.
The Abbey was to be an Irish theatre for an Irish people, a theatre inspired by a mood of Gaelic revivalism current at the time, allied to a rejection of the vision of Irishness implicit in so many representations of Ireland in the public arena. But it was also to have an important and often underrated international dimension, and was strongly influenced by the more radical developments in European drama. Yeats's theatre, as with his own plays, was to be a theatre of the avant-garde, a total theatre that drew on influences and inspirations as wide-ranging as modernist dance and Japanese no theatre.
His whole desire to get rid of conventional scenery and to use lighting, and his views on costume, his views on dance, the resolution with which he sought out Ninette de Valois in England, said, come back to Ireland and found a school of dance at the Abbey, and we'll put on the dance plays. How he regards not only the voice of the actor, which he thought should be trained, it should be a musician's voice, but also the movement.
Yeats's notion was very much linked with that ferocious sort of notion of theatre as a kind of psychological experiment or an emotional experiment of some kind.
Well, I think Yeats believed that Ireland was occupied and that Anglicisation, as Douglas Hyde, his friend, said, was rampant, and that you needed to create almost utopian spaces or virtual zones in which some kind of resistance was put up.
But a national theatre to him was a theatre that would show to the nation masterpieces from abroad. It wasn't to be national in the sense that only Irish material would be shown.
And I think the theatre was a place for passionate debate about ideas of Ireland, about what shape it should take, because everyone had their own vision. It wasn't just Yeats. And you'd put a play on the stage and somebody would immediately say, that's not Ireland. And the best response to that, well, we will write your own version if you think that's not it.
In Yeats's time, the Abbey was the theatre of a particular national idea. But it wasn't a national theatre in the sense it didn't have popular assent and it didn't connect was the popular mind.
Well, it was never popular in the broadest sense, and it neither aspired to be nor was legally allowed to be. They got their patent on the basis that they would not compete directly with the commercial theatres. So it was always, if you like, always an elite. That's what it set itself up for.
We tend to forget that Dublin was indeed, like the rest of the world, a very, very calibrated, class-ridden place in the beginning of the 20th century, but the Abbey Theatre wasn't. And I think the whole argument that it's somehow removed from ordinary people is actually wrong. It was one of the few places where classes could mingle freely.
Yeats, as always, was a towering presence and highly influential force in the Abbey. But like all theatre, it was a collective endeavour by many visionary people, none less so than Lady Gregory, an equally powerful personality and a fine playwright.
Lady Gregory was a wonderful character. Old woman, always dressed in black, lots of lace round her.
She was coming out of the Abbey during the Black and Tan era, and a whole lot of tans came down the street and they brrrr with the gun, and all Lady Gregory did was she shook her umbrella at them and she said, up the Webbles, because of course she has a lisp.
I think of all of them, Lady Gregory was the most committed to the National Theatre. I think Yeats often thought of having a theatre in England and moving his enterprise there. And I think it was Lady Gregory who kept the idea of the Irish National Theatre most fully in focus.
The Fays quarrelled with Yeats, Hallam quarrelled with Yeats, and the actors quarrelled with Yeats and with anybody else who came handy. To quote an Irish writer, Edith Somerville, they fought bitter and regular, like man and wife.
As Pádraig Colum said about Yeats, there was no other personality in Dublin who could keep a group of disparate individuals, and theatre is about disparate individuals, united, sort of concentrated on the same purpose.
And as a comparatively small boy, I used to have to make a point of not sitting behind W.B. Yeats in the parterre. Imagine not sitting behind him. This, I think, was not entirely due to his bulk, but also to the fact that he reacted so violently about plays that he didn't like, that one sometimes was inclined to react the same way. And, you know, one liked to have one's own views on matters of this kind.
Yeats is quite hard-headed about the necessity to have comprehensible, even as he would put it, coarse or vulgar plays from time to time that will strike a note with a larger audience. There's also the fact that he believes you can educate an audience.
New plays were, and still are, the lifeblood of the Abbey, and it was two new works from very different authors that proved to be the watersheds in the early history of the theatre. The first of these, in January 1907, was John Millington Synge's The Playboy of the Western World. It would later be regarded as one of the great classics of Irish drama.
And yet the first night went quietly enough. The riot came on the second. It continued through every scene and every performance for the remainder of the week. Stamping, booing, catcalling, cries of, kill the author, Sinn Féin awine, filth, take it off, until the play proceeded in a kind of a dump show.
While the play's raw but honest depiction of Irish peasantry caused rumblings of discontent, it appears that a reference to underwear in the use of the word shift was the catalyst for all-out ructions.
We rely on Yeats' wonderful account of it, where he received a telegram from Lady Gregory. He was lecturing in Scotland, saying audience broke up in disorder at the word shift, meaning underwear, a petticoat. But it seems that there would have been objections, whether shifts had been mentioned or not. Sinn Féin were already ready to object. It was a Sinn Féin organised demonstration. Synge's earlier play, The Shadow of the Glen, had been immensely controversial, and Arthur Griffith had taken a leading part in denouncing it. Everyone was prepared for trouble.
I mean, as Synge said to Molly Allgood, who played Peggy Knight the night before, this is great, we will be remembered.
And Yeats, the poet who didn't believe in violence, who wouldn't follow even his Helen, even Maud Gonne onto the barricades, faced the mob, the threats, the insults, the blind and terrible anger of the ignorant, the bitter, the Puritans, faced their yelling hatred night after night for a week, forced his will upon the players, the police, the waverers on his own side, and won.
And they're not riots. I don't like the term. I don't like the term mob, riots, and so on. It was a debate. It was a very loud Irish debate with, you know, Pádraig Colum's father was one of the people arrested who were questioning what was being shown. And the debate that sparked off and through the play became one of the things that most advanced, I think, Irish political consciousness.
Yeats actually makes a very interesting point. He says, whenever a country produces a man of genius, he is never actually like the country's official idea of itself. And he's doing this by way of apologizing for Synge, but also explaining him. But Yeats goes even further than that. He then argues in a lot of his essays that those who actually criticize their own culture actually penetrate it much more deeply than those who simply praise it.
I've always thought that the Abbey Theatre had more effect on the Irish national political movement than it's given credit for. And sometimes when certain things, say like Yeats' Catherine O'Houlihan, or Lady Gregory's The Rising of the Moon, or Norris Connell's little play called The Imaginary Conversation, when they were shown, the effect, the thrilling effect it had on us young people who were thinking of Ireland as a nation was just unbelievable.
But in Easter 1916, real drama was unfolding on the streets of Dublin.
The people who came into these movements, the men and women, were very active politically, and they were able to go from the theatre to their political movements. And the two sort of generate one another. I mean, Easter 1916 itself is increasingly read as a form of theatre.
Many of the signatories of the proclamation were themselves theatre men, producers, writers, poets. They staged it as drama. They picked a building, the post office, which was lousy from a tactical viewpoint because it was exposed on three sides, but brilliant as an example of street theatre. And if you look at the names, there's a role in the Abbey Theatre of names of actors and stagehands who were involved in the rising. There is clearly some kind of continuum between the one place and the other event. That Yeats, in a way, was using the stage to rehearse the very idea of revolution by showing that a collective group of people could act together to challenge the imperial mindset that ruled the country of his day.
Fortuitously, the Abbey Theatre was to survive unharmed the devastation visited upon Dublin city centre by British gunships, and it continued to flourish throughout the coming decade of political upheaval. Sean O'Casey's The Plough and the Stars in 1926 was to be another major turning point in the theatre's history. Drawing on the events of the 1916 rebellion, and in particular its leader Patrick Pearse, O'Casey and the Abbey were to question the new mythologies of nationalism and blood sacrifice.
Writers and audiences tend to emerge from the same sets of social conditions. What gives the thing its savour and its unexpectedness is when somebody arrives who writes against the grain. The paradigm for me in that is its blindness to O'Casey, who wrote out of a world 200 metres from the backstage door of the Abbey, out of a people who never crossed the foyer to see a play.
All that was missing now was another riot. And O'Casey gave it that too on the 8th of February 1926 with the first night of The Plough and the Stars.
It was the attack on Easter 1916 in The Plough and the Stars that really caused things to rip. And it very consciously goes for Pearse, not just the speaker who says, we must not be afraid of blood. But even when Nora says, she was out trying to find her husband, and the women said I was shaming them, and I should be glad to be a mother and to give my children to Ireland. It's clearly playing off Pearse's poem about that. There was a real opposition to the blood sacrifice.
Things were thrown, actors were attacked, there were fights in the audience, and the police were called.
The crowds were going mad outside. They were throwing rocks and shouting this and that at the people. And Yeats stood inside like a commander-in-chief with his hand up. Don't write, he said, don't, write was the first name, don't pull that curtain until I tell you. And he was listening there like a fellow listening to a swarm of bees outside. And just when he got a right sort of a gap and then sounds it, now.
And Yeats came bounding out on the stage to oppose the howling mob.
And seeing him silhouetted against this amazing picture of smoke and fire and policemen's helmets flying and shoes.
his arms extending over the yellowing, bellowing dastards that traded down the play.
But as if nothing was happening, spoke in the slow, sonorous, measured voice of his, "You have disgraced yourselves again. Once again, you have rocked the cradle of genius."
And then when the roaring became worse and they shouted out against O'Casey, he roared out at them with all the venom and vehemence that was in the great man. He shouted out at them, "This is O'Casey's apotheosis."
Young O'Casey said, "Yes, I remember," he said, "when I heard Yeats saying that," he says, "I didn't know what he was talking about." He said, "I had to go home and look up a dictionary before I found out if he thought I was a genius or an idiot," he said.
He took the precaution of dropping off his speech at the Irish Times office on his way around to the theatre, which was just as well because nobody could hear what he said, but it was all there in the morning's papers. You know, that is political manipulation of a very high order. It was a very effective way of bringing into the public domain, if you like, the propriety of how you present Ireland, which Yeats had always been very obsessed by. And also, of course, it brought into the public domain the Abbey as the forum for public debate about Ireland, which is what Yeats thought a national theatre should be in the first place.
Later, Yeats would reject O'Casey's World War I play, The Silver Tassie, and this would be viewed as one of his greatest misjudgments at the Abbey.
There was a lot of opposition to the Silver Tassie, not just from Yeats, and it was staged at the Abbey in 1935, and even then it caused one of them to resign. But I do think it's one of the great ruptures. I think Yeats should have backed O'Casey on that occasion. I think it is one of the great splinterings in Irish history. O'Casey should not have been lost to the Abbey. I think everyone suffered as a result.
He never wrote for the Abbey again. Never forgave Yeats.
The Abbey Theatre outlived Yeats and its other founders, but it fell into a kind of state-sponsored conservatism, particularly in the 1940s and 50s. A major fire in 1951 left the theatre company homeless for many years.
This was a great day, not only in Dublin, but wherever Irishmen have made their home. There's to be a new Abbey Theatre, and to lay the foundation stone came President De Valera.
But in the mid-60s, a new theatre was built on Abbey Street. This remains its home today, although there are currently plans afoot for a new site in the near future. The Abbey Theatre and its role in Irish society remains to this day a passionate subject of national debate and discussion. In this, at least, Yeats's dream was realised. Yet arguably, the Abbey has never truly fulfilled the radical creative and imaginative vision which Yeats and his many collaborators envisaged for it.
Things discovered in the deep, when only bodies laid asleep. For the elemental creatures go about my table to and fro, that that hurry from unmeasured mine to rant and rage in flood and wine. Yet he who treads in measured ways may surely barter gaze for gaze.
For W.B. Yeats, the supernatural world was always with him, and for much of his life he devoted himself to the idea that there was an ancient doctrine, a collective sacred knowledge, a universal religion of symbol and image and story that had been passed down through time.
I mean, most people talk about the beginnings of his interest being his experiences going to Sligo as a child and meeting people who, had second sight and, were sure that there were other beings in the woods.
There are fairy wraths, there are traditions, there is the whole construction of folk tales and fairy myth, which has been collected, by the way, by lots of people at this time. And he saw the telling of tales about the landscape as a way of identifying his Irishness.
He was convinced that there had once been a world religion, and that world religion had been overrun by Christianity, rationalism, materialism in the modern world, and that there were still great pockets of this ancient world religion which were understood to be Celtic, that he felt actually were aspects of this more universal worldview. And therefore he saw revivalism as not only the revival of kind of Irish national identity, but revival of spirituality in the world.
Remember that Yeats at the end of the 19th century and the early 20th century was living in a time where there were a lot of people who were not as sure as we are that the material world is the only world there is.
And you're also getting a sense, I think, that there is a supernatural element in the world, but it's not being addressed by the churches. It's not being addressed by conventional religion.
Yeats is very much in that tradition of a poet seeking an alternative spirituality to the Christian Orthodox tradition in which he had grown up, which he felt was inadequate to meet the kind of challenge of this form of scientific and materialist reductionism.
As a young student in Dublin, Yeats became immersed in the study of the esoteric and the occult. A movement had emerged that was in stark contrast to the Victorian materialism so prevalent at that time. He joined societies such as the Dublin Hermetic Society and the Theosophical Society, founded by the extraordinary figure of Madame Blavatsky. These groups held promise of contact with the other world, a world of the spirits, the world of the dead. Later, in the Order of the Golden Dawn, Yeats found a more structured and disciplined form of esoteric learning.
There is a great fashion for secret societies investigating supernatural traditions, studying the Kabbalah and so forth. And the Order of the Golden Dawn, into which he finds his way very young, is one of these such structures. When he's trying to win Maud Gonne, they constantly correspond, and there's a vast archive on this, about forming a secret order of Celtic mysteries, which would be like the Order of the Golden Dawn, but will be devoted to a Celtic and Irish revelation. They'll have a centre on an island in a lake in Roscommon, which they've found, where Maud Gonne wants to know how many servants they'll need, and Yeats insists that it must be done for 10 shillings a week. I mean, so practical details are worked in with it, but the vision is one of an occult secret order which will liberate Irish consciousness.
He certainly tried hard to involve Maud Gonne in various spiritual schemes. But there's a sense for me that that was mostly a man besotted trying to get somebody to do things with him. But, you know.
I joined the GD.
Oh.
Actually, the GD was in London. I'd already tried various experiments of getting out of one's body, and I thought there might be possible developments in it.
For a generation such as Yeats's, the occult was not merely a mode of entertainment. It was a mode of serious thought. Dorothea Hunter, an Irish woman who was very much in love with him, wrote not long after his death to the great Yeats scholar Richard Ellman. She said, "You must understand that the order was our university."
Those who founded it took pieces of symbolism, bits of doctrine, ideas, thoughts, practices from a variety of sources and brought them together. But they did manage to create a coherent structure. Now, it may have been unnecessarily complicated, but it did seem to be effective for those who took part. They did come out at the end of it feeling, so it seems, that they had somehow increased their self-awareness and were also somehow better informed about the nature of the spiritual world.
And I think for what is most important for Yeats is that there are certain irreducible symbols. This idea that there is a great memory, there is something, a great mind, an anima mundi, a soul of the world, which stores everything that has been humanly thought, everything that has been humanly felt.
Yeats created, as he said himself, his own system. He said you either create your own system or you are enslaved by another system. He said he was deprived of religion in his youth, so he created his own religion.
The fundamental belief in Yeats, the belief upon which all of the occult theories at different times of his life tends to depend, it is a belief in reincarnation. There's no question that reincarnation and cyclical theories of time is at the back of all that is his alternative version of religion.
Basically, the human half of your life, or the living half of your life, is only half of your life. There's another half that carries on afterwards, and that you will then be reincarnated. The two halves are not necessarily equal. The death half, as it were, can actually be quite a lot longer. It can go on for centuries, if need be. So therefore, it's premature to start trying to understand things too much during your living life. You can understand, and you've got plenty of time for understanding after you're dead. And therefore, wisdom is a property of the dead, as he says. Symbol is, I think, always the ultimate and most important thing for Yeats. And he sees the world mediated through symbol. In some ways, although you can say that his poetry has a very strong sense of place, a very strong sense of nature, he always sees nature in some ways as a symbol of something else. The poet may choose a symbol, and he may choose it because it's got one or two associations for him. But that the symbol, by its very nature, has another 20 or 30 associations which other readers may pick up on, and that this symbol has these in this great memory, in the anima mundi, and these are self-sustaining. And then, of course, that generates and brings with it language. And that's the second thing that's most important for him in occult terms, is that language has not just a sense of a power of communication, it's got a power of evocation. You can evoke or invoke powers and spirits through words, through language.
At the high dramatic point
Yeats has his characters speak in a very, very poetic language. High drama is expressed in a sort of a meta language, a higher language, which is poetry and above the ordinary spoken language. Now, this actually was in the old Irish texts very much a function of high dramatic moments, which were some ways seen as being divine in the old mythology. That the old heroes were showing their divine nature when they spoke in a very puzzling, a very heightened form of language. And Yeats does this with contemporary artistic effect.
It was through the automatic writing of his wife George that Yeats was to finally find the most direct channel to the other world.
Georgie was a great mental medium. She had no time for physical mediums, i.e. those who manifest ectoplasm and so on. She's a mental medium, which tended to be the preserve of upper middle class mediums. And so it was just automatic writing or communications.
There would be a control for the session. Yeats calls them instructors.
Yeats's own notebooks and drawings attest to his lifelong commitment to the study of mystical symbolism, while his remarkable record of the disciplined commitment towards evolving a system of esoteric learning through the mediumship of his wife George was published in 1926 in a vision. He wrote, "I don't know what my book will be to others, nothing perhaps. To me it means a last defense against the chaos of the world."
Yeats is definitely seeing it as an important and integral part of his vision and an important and integral part of his approach to life and to ideas in general.
It's bare-handed creation of a religious system, a mythological system. It's quite extraordinary. Work of genius.
It's easy to use the word mystic in a very popular sense about Yeats. But Yeats himself would have said he was not, however much he admired other mystics, he was not actually capable very often of having pure mystical experience.
I've always thought that Yeats was the kind of person who always wished that miracle could occur to him. And he's the kind of person for whom the veil was rarely lifted.
If there's one thing that's working on him for nearly 20 years, convinced me, was that he believes this implicitly. He would not have devoted the time he did to it. He would not have believed again and again that he is on the edge of revelation, that some new great insight is going to come to him that will explain the secret of life, that will explain the secret of death, which to him is just as important as the secret of life. This belief that a revelation is going to come is something that never leaves him.
I will arise and go now, and go to Innis free, and a small cabin build there of clay and wattles made. 9 bean rows will I have there, a hive for the honey bee, and live alone in the bee loud glade, and I shall have some
The creative vision of W.B. Yeats was always intertwined with his vision for Ireland, and the development of his private and poetic imagination was to parallel and arguably influence the development of the founding of the new Irish Republic.
He had always, in a sense, seen public activity as an appropriate place to be. It's curious because in many ways his private persona is shy and can be introverted, can be difficult with people.
Part of Yeats's project really was to create an Ireland in his own image and to create a culture which accorded with his own very specific notions of what it should be. And that was a notion which was romantic, which was heroic, which had that kind of epic quality to it. And it really didn't have all that much interest in the relationship between culture and democratic systems, the relationship between culture and social issues. He was capable of being moved occasionally by specific social issues, but I don't think Yeats had a very strong social vision.
Yeats was no ivory tower poet, but also a highly capable organiser and active doer in the public sphere. His image of the poet, indeed his image of himself, was that of a man immersed in the everyday, as passionately engaged in the world around him as he was in the world of the transcendent or the imaginary.
He was much observed. I mean, there's Yeats. He would be sort of this elegant bird of passage going through that everybody would look at. But you also felt he was a queer bird and nobody would get too close. I mean, he didn't, in a sense, encourage intimacy.
He dressed up from he was a young fellow. He wore the Byronic tie in the beginning. He had the candles in the dark apartment. He had the equivalent of incense, the drapery. He had the seances. Then, as he became more majestic and older, the photographs tell you he got the hat and the monocle or the pince nez and the presents. If I met him, I don't know what I would feel. It might have felt, come off it, Willie. But on the other hand, I know a few people with affectations, and the older I get, the more I admire them, because they're a way of retaining privacy and inner freedom,
It's unclear when or if Yeats actually joined the Irish Republican Brotherhood, the secret revolutionary organisation which traced its origins to the failed Fenian Rebellion of 1867. But he was certainly committed to the idea of Irish independence, and as a young man was very influenced by the old Fenian John O'Leary, a heroic and dignified figure who had spent some 20 years in British jails.
He thought that a mass collective movement could generate a kind of secessionist mood in Ireland at that time. I think the nearest analogy in the modern world is the concept of a velvet revolution. We saw the kind of mass movements of a peaceful revolution taking place in Wenceslas Square. Now, I think Yeats hoped what we later understand to be a velvet revolution might actually have occurred. But of course, that didn't take place. And as he becomes conscious that there were forces in Ireland that were antithetical to the kind of vision that he had for Ireland, and that he was going to have a hard battle in Ireland if he was going to achieve this kind of spiritualizing that he thought was necessary to the achieving of a genuine independence.
But not everyone was thinking about such a peaceful cultural and spiritual devolution from Britain.
The people who actually planned the rising were, by and large, I think, hard-headed Fenians who probably didn't spend a lot of time reading Yeats. On the other hand, certainly some of the front men, and to a much lesser extent women, of the 1916 generation had been saturated in Yeats's marvellous poems of Fenian incantation to Ireland in the coming times, the Song of Red Hannah, and the poetry of his that Maud Gonne, until she died, continued to think of as his best poetry.
Yeats heard of the events of the 1916 Rising at something of a remove in England, where he was now mainly living.
Yeats's initial reaction when he hears of 1916 is to speak very slightingly of Pearse as someone who has emmet mania and will not be happy until he is hanged, he says.
His initial response to it would not have been all that different from the initial response of the majority of Irish people, which was a response of a certain degree of puzzlement, mixed with an amount of scepticism and a slight elements of outrage, like who do these people think they are?
He realises everything has changed, but as with so many people, it is the executions and the slow reaction that brings Yeats onto effectively the Sinn Féin side.
But when the leaders of the rebellion were executed shortly after, Yeats understood the import of these tragic events and the complex symbolism of their transforming sacrifice. This demanded a public response from the public poet, which was to come in his famous poem, Easter 1916, though he chose not to publish it until 1920. I write it out in verse, MacDonagh and MacBride, and Connolly and Pearse, now and in time to be, wherever green is worn or changed utterly.
A terrible beauty is born. He saw that. Now, he may be wrong, but that was his belief. The terrible beauty, he felt that it had irradiated the soul of the country, and that something had happened that could never be gone back on.
So there is a sense almost of a kind of shock in the poem that values that have been expressed in the kind of literary and imaginative dimension actually have occurred in the theatre of the street. But in the theatre of the street, the blood is real.
And there's a fantastic division in it between his personal need to question the wisdom of the event and his public duty as Ireland's #1 bard to celebrate it and say the land has been redeemed by this sacrifice, like the old Filier poets did.
Yeats gave a certain heroic quality to a vision of Ireland, which was rather unrealistic, rather romantic. But because it was Yeatsian, and because quite rightly he carried such status, he did an amazing amount to get that notion of Ireland into our heads. In many ways, you could say that Yeats was almost more important than the political leaders of the state in shaping what people saw as Ireland's destiny.
Events in Dublin in 1916 were overshadowed by the horrors and destruction of the Great War. Yeats wrote, "I think it better that in times like these, a poet's mouth be silent, for in truth, we have no gift to set a statesman right." He retreated somewhat from public life and turned inward, finding focus primarily in the more private world of his poetry, the occult, and in his marriage to Georgina Hyde-Lees. Yeats returned to Dublin and to public life in the autumn of 1922. Ireland was still in the midst of a bloody and traumatic civil war between pro-treaty and anti-treaty factions, divided on the issue of the agreement reached with the British government, which effectively partitioned Ireland. The same year, Yeats was appointed to the Senate and began once again to reassert his public interests.
You know, and here's a guy that has to get up in the morning and write poetry and has to be thinking all day of how to write poetry. He's thinking of his plays. He's thinking of all the aspects of his art, his books he's writing, and he joins the Irish Senate and he becomes a very vocal member in the Senate there.
Yeats in the Senate is at his most visionary in the sense that he's most looking towards the future. He says at points, I know this will not be achieved in my lifetime. He was a man in his 60s.
When he found himself sharing the Senate with the kind of cretin who would ban the Taylor and Anne Stephen the Senate record lest pornographers attempt to seize the records of this house. He found himself serving in the Senate with the kind of moron responsible for the censorship of publications.
So although he says when he goes into the Senate, I am an artist and I'm going to keep my comments to artistic matters, he sticks his nose into everything.
He spoke vigorously on education, divorce, human rights and other matters, while also centrally heading up the committee to design the new coinage. Yeats was once again forging Ireland in his own image.
When the Anglo-Irish establishment was in place at the end of the 19th century, right into the early 20th century, he is with the kind of the oppressed people, the Catholic, native, Gaelic tradition, and he is forwarding that. When the Catholic native people come into power in the 20s, he is for the sidelined, marginalized, and overwhelmed Protestant heritage.
And above all, of course, he attacks the policy of outlawing divorce in the Constitution of the new Free State. That's what everyone remembers about him in the Senate now.
Because he said, you will not force people to live as celibates. You can't, this is not going to work. You were also taking away a fundamental human right.
He considered it an insult to the Protestant Irish people. He said, the people against you have done this thing are no petty people. We are the people of Swift, of Grattan and Burke. We are one of the great stocks of Europe. He had this pride in his origins and his pride in his Irishism.
He has a phrase, thinking back yet again to the Irish 18th century, tall, unpopular men. And I think he saw himself as a tall, unpopular man in that tradition.
Throughout the 1920s and 30s, fascism spread throughout Europe like a heady fever. Many ordinary people, worried by mass unemployment and world recession, were drawn to its potent mixture of nationalism, socialism, and a pseudoscience based on eugenics. Controversially, Yeats too was drawn to fascism, but perhaps for more intellectual or romantic reasons. His winter retreats to Rapallo in Italy had opened his eyes to the rise of Benito Mussolini. The image of the great heroic figure, leading his people to a higher place of public interest, had always appealed to Yeats, who found democracy somewhat functional and uninspiring.
It was fascinated by it, was interested in it as a manifestation of order in a period following this disintegration of empire at the end of the Great War, was a concern of many intellectuals in Europe that mere anarchy is loosed upon the world, is how Yeats most famously put it.
And when a right-wing Irish group emerges, the so-called Blue Shirts, and rather I think to their surprise, he wants to talk to them about Hegel and about how fascism descends from Hegel on one track as Marxism descends on another track. You know, he takes a very philosophical and politically informed view of the development of right-wing politics. The Blue Shirt movement isn't really about this and is more interested in representing disgruntled farmers who don't agree with the economic war, or cutting ex-gunmen down to size, or beating up people at political meetings, than talking about Hegel.
And Yeats was, as ever, bold, reckless, and open in his expression of sympathies, writing his marching songs and so on.
God loved the poor man in his last declining days, writing ballads for the Blue Shirts. You know, if he had not so much magnificence behind him, he would have become a comic turn.
Everything else in the work points to a kind of humane understanding that this isn't the, you know, it was a flirtation, but not an affiliation, I don't think.
But Yeats was not to live to see the full and dark horrors of fascism and National Socialism reveal themselves. On the eve of the Second World War, William Butler Yeats died in the south of France on the 28th of January, 1939. His body was quietly interred in a small cemetery in Roquebrune and remained there until after the war, when, in 1948, his remains were brought home to Sligo by the Irish Navy in a moving public ceremony. Even in death, Yeats married the private moment to the public utterance.
He disappeared in the dead of winter. The brooks were frozen, the airports almost deserted, and snow disfigured the public statues. The mercury sank in the mouth of the dying day. Oh, all the instruments agree, the day of his death was a dark, cold day. Far from his illness, the wolves ran on through the evergreen forests. The peasant river was untempted by the fashionable quays. By mourning tongues, the death of the poet was kept from his poems. The words of a dead man are modified in the guts of the living. But in the importance and noise of tomorrow, when the brokers are roaring like beasts on the floor of the bourse, and the poor have the sufferings to which they are fairly accustomed, and each in the cell of himself is almost convinced of his freedom, a few thousand will think of this day as one thinks of a day when one did something slightly unusual. Oh, all the instruments agree, the day of his death was a dark, cold day. You were silly like us. Your gift survived it all. The parish of rich women, physical decay, yourself. Mad Ireland hurt you into poetry. Now Ireland has her madness and her weather still. For poetry makes nothing happen. It survives in the valley of its saying, where executives would never want to tamper. It flows south from ranches of isolation and the busy griefs, raw towns that we believe and die in. It survives a way of happening, a mouth. Earth, receive an honoured guest. William Yeats is laid to rest. Let the Irish vessel lie, emptied of its poetry. Time that is intolerant of the brave and innocent, and indifferent in a week to a beautiful physique, worships language and forgives everyone by whom it lives, pardons cowardice, conceit, lays its honours at their feet. In the nightmare of the dark, all the dogs of Europe bark, and the living nations wait, each sequestered in its hate. Intellectual disgrace stares from every human face, and the seas of pity lie, locked and frozen in each eye. Follow, poet, follow right to the bottom of the night, with your unconstraining voice, till persuade us to rejoice. With the farming of a verse, make a vineyard of the curse. Sing of human unsuccess in a rapture of distress. In the deserts of the heart, let the healing fountain start. In the prison of his days, teach the free man how to praise.
In death, as in life, William Butler Yeats has loomed large in the Irish consciousness, and he casts a long shadow on Irish art and Irish artists.
Yeats is very contradictory, the one image and the other image. I suppose rather suitably, since the enormity of his personality enclosed much. I chose W.B. Yeats because I had known him as a boy, when I was a boy, and my mother was a friend. So that I knew him as I might know an uncle or a schoolmaster, and his extremely impressive manner.
Well, I think Yeats's achievement for any poet writing in English, and indeed for poets outside of English, is there the way a mountain range lies above a plain, you know.
Because in a sense he defined Irish writing. You know, he created a notion of what Irish writing should be, and because he was an authentic genius, he actually embodied this notion himself.
He was so superb, so monumental, that he must have frightened the life out of them all. Austin Clarke said it brilliantly. He said that Yeats was like this bloody big tree that blocked out the light and wouldn't allow anything else to grow in its environment. And he said it as much out of respect as out of frustration.
Yeah, he looms over Irish poets. But I would want to insist that it's not a national neurosis. It's a kind of healthy artistic condition in the world. The majesty of his achievement is unequaled, I think, in this area.
When you look back at the astonishing agenda, in a sense, that he had set himself to remake Irish culture, and to achieve, if you like, the liberation of creativity, that he had done it to an extraordinary extent.
So a lot of the students that I would teach would be poets themselves. And Yeats is one of the poets that they want to learn about. He has tremendous influence on people who are practicing poetry, poets.
Yeats was a great 20th century poet, a great public poet, a great poet of the tragic century. He is the poet who put Ireland among the nations of the world, if you like.
Maybe at this distance we can look back and we can separate out some of the hysterical elements of Yeats from the core of Yeats's achievements, which is an extraordinary courage, an extraordinary commitment, an extraordinary sense that he believed in this place. And I mean, you know, ultimately Yeats paid Ireland a compliment by the degree to which he believed in it. And I think maybe now we can take that compliment without having to buy into the entire package.
His chosen comrades thought at school he must grow a famous man. He thought the same and lived by rule, all his 20s crammed with toil. What then, sang Plato's ghost, what then? Everything he wrote was read. After certain years, he won sufficient money for his need. Friends that have been friends indeed. What then, sang Plato's ghost, what then? All his happier dreams came true. A small old house, wife, daughter, son, grounds where plum and cabbage grew. Poets and wits about him drew. What then, sang Plato's ghost, what then? The work is done, grown old, he thought, according to my boyish plan. Let the fools rage, I swerved in naught, something to perfection brought. But louder sang that ghost, what then?
Here I am.
Hi. Mobility through technology.
Mobility, yeah. I'm in nature now. It seems when you talk about Yeats, you really want to go back to somewhere where there's trees and wind and.
I was just going to say this was something that was slightly perhaps missing from the documentary, though I realized that it's so hard to do justice to the complexity of his life. So all these films were as if trying to grasp the essence of Yeats and his impact on Irish culture.
Yeah, well, those 5 films, those are part of the Yeats permanent exhibition in the National Library of Ireland. So whenever you go to Dublin, and it's free, you go into it's beside Kildare, it's on Kildare Street, and that's right beside the Irish Parliament, the Dáil, and you know, you go into Dublin and you spend a day walking around, and you can go down into this most spectacular exhibition of Yeats. It's in the basement of the, and actually, when you go in the hall of the same building, there's a Joyce exhibition. So I can honestly say that every time I go to Dublin, I go in, I drop into the Yeats exhibition. There's something about Yeats. You soak him up. He just washes over you. You know, he's and I think those films are actually, they're 5 little booths all around the exhibition. So you go in, and you're like you're in a little tiny cinema, and you sit down and you watch that. So we have seen the 5, and I think it's very interesting to look at the various films, almost chronological in a sense, but of course they go back. I mean, you know, as 1916 pops up from time to time, and his engagement with the Abbey. What an extraordinary figure. And I'm so happy, Kasia, that was it Sarah who gave a presentation of the wanderings of, where's my...
Yes, she did. Yes, it was
that
Sarah.
gave a presentation of the wanderings of Oisin. She was wondering, was she pronouncing it correctly? I was kind of thinking, I don't think even Yeats pronounced Oisin correctly, because his Irish wasn't very good. So, but I think Sarah pronounced it very well. I think it was an extraordinary day. Don't you agree?
Yeah, I do, and I think it's brilliant that we actually started with Yeats, and we are finishing with started with Joyce, and we are finishing with Yeats, and I can totally agree with Seamus Heaney, who said that Yeats looms over various poets, and he sort of he's been looming over, I think, our understanding of Irishness and what it means both for the Irish and for the people abroad, like from outside of the Irish context, like here in Poland. So yeah, I think it's been fantastic. And I'm really glad actually that I think I could spot this analogy between Yeats and his wife and Joyce and his wife. And both wives were sort of underestimated, and this is also something that is interesting.
Well, I think they were eminently practical.
Yeah.
Living with 2 very difficult men.
And they've been so silent, like going back to what Michael Cronin, Professor Cronin said about silencing. I think both these women are sort of silenced in the narratives about the 2 men. So
yeah, well, I think because Joyce and Nora's relationship was so passionate and so spontaneous, and he took her by the hand, went down to the north wall of Dublin, hopped on a boat to the continent with her. they eloped. They left. They eloped without asking Ireland permission to do so. And so she's a very striking woman, and I think she spoke all the languages that Joyce spoke. You know, she didn't sit in the house, and you know they actually spoke. I think what was it? A Triestine Italian. They spoke a dialect of Italian in the house. They didn't speak English at home or with their children. And I think also that documentary that we see with Yeats, that Yeats's wife was also an extraordinary lady, and she almost reimagined poetry for him, because he was going through a bit of a stale patch by his standards. And it certainly was this automatic writing that fired up his imagination. I just think he just needed that, whatever magic she worked on him. So they're a combination of the magic, the inspirational, and the eminently practical. Oh, and ever suffering. I think that has to be added to everything. Michael Cronin said we're all to go outside, and I'm outside. I'm freezing cold.
yeah, but it's a good idea actually. So I think we are going to close our Irish Day, which has been such a marvelous day with so many brilliant talks, and I'm really glad that
well, who should we thank first? Only yourself, Kasia.
Oh, thank you.
You know, that's very important. No, the guests were wonderful. I mean, every single guest was absolutely magnificent, and they were so giving and generous in their ideas and the way they spoke, and I think they understood the day, which I think is very important. And of course, everyone in our department, Kasia, Agnieszka was absolutely wonderful. Eva played her part, and the IT department, I definitely think we should thank them. We had a few little problems at the beginning of the day, but I mean, what Zoom conference these days is not having those?
Yeah. I think I'd like to thank all these people you've mentioned, and many thanks to you, Barry. And also I'd like to thank those who've stayed with us until now, all through the day. So thanks a lot to our audiences whom we can't see, and this is the drawback of not being live during our Irish Day, but I hope that maybe next time after.
Well, I'm feeling live and cold, so
okay.
So I think we'll say goodbye to everybody. Yes.
Okay. Yes. So thank you and goodbye.